Morning, beautiful people.
Good morning.
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 Good
Good
morning.
morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good remaining, beautiful people.
Hi.
Morning.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning. Oh.
We in, boys. We in. Kamera an. Let's go.
Warte, haben wir also einen lustigen Hintergrund?
Ah, du musst umdrehen. Du musst den Namen umdrehen. Erst LPG und dann uns.
Okay.
Hey, der Pavel. Der tut der euch.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this first ever virtual president's meeting. We will start by a short presentation by me, for which I will share my screen right now. Give me a second. Great, let's go. So, I'm very happy to welcome you on this beautiful Saturday morning. I'll be talking first about what a president's meeting is exactly from a more practical point of view, but also from a more philosophical point of view. Now, what is exactly this president's meeting? As you know, the President's meeting is one of our statutory meetings. It is a decision-making body, which means that it is a place where we vote, where we make decisions that impact the future of our organization. Furthermore, it is the opportunity to raise your LBG's voice. Most of you are here as representatives of LBGs. And what you do here is representing your LBG. What you do here is stating the concerns of your LBG, the ideas of your LBG, and then what your LBG thinks would be the future of our organization. And because we are gathered all here today, people from all LBGs from BEST, this is the perfect opportunity to meet all of the other besties. The other real opportunity being the General Assembly, of course. And then, of course, because you get to meet all of these people, this is the best place there is to share between LBGs, to get to know each other. Now, besides that, a PM is also one of the two chances to vote about membership changes. PM, next to J, is the only body that can decide upon admission of a member to the organization, giving a member voting rights, suspension of a member, and all membership changes. Now, a PM brings together, it says 160 people, not actually true. There are some perks to this President's meeting being online, meaning that we can involve anyone from the whole organization. So we'll bring back together way more people than that, especially during the open sessions that we will have throughout the next week. Then we talked about what is PM, but we also talk about who is in PM. So in PM, we gather delegates from all LBGs. Most of you are here as an LBG delegate. So this group is you. Then there is Observer Group delegates. More specifically, we have delegates from Observer T-Site and from Observer Istanbul Boğaziçi. We also gather here the 32nd and the 33rd international boards, so the Bridge and the Voyager. We also gather the 9 department coordinators and the 2 program coordinators. Here are gathered as well many invited people. I name here a few in the slide: ambassadors, arrays, officers, financial officer, marketing officer, quality officer, project coordinators, and many more people there. We have 6 NGO representatives with us as well. There are a bunch of extra delegates, people that are here to represent themselves and to help us out with many of the things, so that we're working a lot both behind the screens and in front of the screens. Well, of course, all in front of the screens because we're all sitting behind the screen. And then, of course, there will be many besties from all over Europe joining us throughout the next days, especially again in these open sessions. And then what is PM all about? Going a bit more towards the philosophical side of things. Well, PM is about information. As you know, this meeting gathers people from all of the organization, and therefore it is the perfect place to transmit your message to other people. And this goes from international bodies to LBG, from LBGs to international bodies, from LBG to LBG, from international body to LBG to international body, pretty much in every direction. So this platform is there to exchange information with each other, to share with each other, and we encourage you to use it for that. PM is also, as I said before, about decision making. Most of you are here to represent your LBG, to vote on your LBG, and on behalf of your LBG. And this is very important. Most big changes that have happened in BEST over the past years, or throughout its existence actually, have been decided on either President's meeting or General Assemblies. So this really is the place where everything comes together and where decisions are made. And that is very important. So by engaging actively in what is going on here, you can make decisions that impact the future of our organization, that give a shift to where our organization is moving. Now, besides that, PM is also about providing input. PM is about making your voice heard, your voice and your LBG's voice. We encourage you very much to share your opinion, to share your concerns, to share your ideas, to talk to each other, to give input about what is going on. And that can be both on a local or international level. Pretty much this is the place to provide input to everything you see happening, to provide feedback, all of that. And then PM is also about interacting. It would be very sad if we were here today and we would not speak to each other outside of the sessions. PM is a place to engage with each other, to share with each other, to learn from each other. And we very much encourage you to do so, be it by gathering in coffee breaks to talk to each other, be it by taking part in social activities, be it by texting each other after the sessions to discuss what is going on. PM is really all about this interaction, and it is a unique platform for that. And then finally, and maybe most importantly, PM is about making your voice heard. You are here on behalf of your LBG. You are here to speak your mind. You are here to speak your LBG's mind. You are here to represent them and to let us know what you think as a group. So it's very important that whenever you want to, whenever you have something to say, that you say it. Whenever you have a question, that you ask your question. It's very important to engage in what is going on, to interact with everything presented, and to share your concerns, share ideas, and share your questions. Now, to wrap up this presentation, we are at, as I said yesterday in the opening speech, we are at a vital point in our organization's existence, I think. We are in a very important situation globally, but that makes what we are doing here today even more important. All PMs are important. In all PMs, there are many big decisions made, but this PM especially, I think, will really determine the future of our organization. Therefore, it is even more important to engage now in what is going on, and to speak your minds and to speak your opinion about where this organization should go in a changing global context. Now, of course, many big things said here. We also don't want to exaggerate. It is also very important for you to enjoy this event. So I hope you will enjoy it. I hope you will interact with each other and that you will learn from each other. And I hope that this will be a valuable experience for us, for you, well, for us and for you. And we look forward very much to talking to you throughout the next days, to hear your opinions and to answer your questions. Enjoy the event.
So hello everyone. So I want to thank you all for coming here. I'm very excited for this event to start. And actually, I will not say a lot. I will just move to the next things we have to do. So as you might know, a PM, a president's meeting, is usually conducted by a speaker. So I will wait for me to share a presentation. Okay, also you don't see me, it's fine. So as I said, a PM is usually conducted by speakers, and as we already have some regulations for them, there should be one speaker and one deputy speaker, and will be elected at the beginning of the general meeting, and also they are proposed by the national board. So what do the speakers have to do? They facilitate the discussions, and they will be the one taking care of all the talks we're going to have here and all the questions. They are also here to ensure impartiality of all the procedures going on, and they will be taking care of amendments, counter proposals, and voting. As I said, the International Board is one that proposes the speakers for a GM. So here we have them now. We propose for speakers and deputy speaker Paco Gordillo from LBG Madrid and Dino Memovic from LBG Ljubljana. So the floor is to them.
Hello guys. Can you hear me? Dino, can you do the deputy speaker thing? And show us some slides. Okay.
The floor is all yours.
Thank you. Just don't remember how to start the presentation. That's shameful.
Top right corner, button present.
Oh my God, that's wonderful. Okay, so you already know some of us. Maybe you never met us ever. So in this presentation, we will show you a bit who are these people that you will know as the speakers. So this is me back in the day when I was part of the board of BEST. That was 5 years ago in the Caravel. So I come from LBG Madrid. I was PR, then HR of my LBG. I was even secretary for a few days. I was summer 13 season coordinator. That was the biggest summer season ever. I was helpdesk coordinator as well. I managed to be full member of 3 committees that were those things happening before departments. And then I was vice president of the 28th International Board of BEST. I was the last vice president for internal support. Besides that, I'm an industrial engineer. I focus mostly on automatic and electronics. Started working in renewable energies, but I ended up being front-end manager, mostly after my time in ITC, where I developed my developing skills. So now Dino will present himself.
Good morning, I'm Dino. I started in LBG Podgorica, but now I'm a full member of LBG Ljubljana. And in my first LBG, I was the HR in the board and part of the group of people who got LBG Podgorica to full member LBG. Since then, I've been mostly mucking about IT department and ITC, mostly as an administrator and person who just answers questions to random stuff. In the year after Paco's mandate as a Pordy, I was the IT department coordinator. And apparently in real life, I studied economics and management, and now I'm working as a DevOps. Back to you, Paco.
Yeah. So now we will show you some things we have in common. So we've been together in quite so many events. This could be our 18th event, internal event together. Oops. So we've been together in ITC for quite some years. We are both tutors from different generations, but still tutors. We are both living abroad. So this is me in the Lithuanian embassy, and this is Dino, that of course has something to do with Slovenia. We both love meat, a lot of it. We love photography, of course. And funny thing, we have a total of 4 sisters and 4 brothers. That's quite a big family. Oh my God, that's wrong. So let's play a game. I want you to use the Zoom reactions to answer this. So you have this go slower and go faster next to the list of participants. So if you believe the answer is Paco, just press go slower. And if you believe the answer is Dino, just press go fast. And we will see what you believe. So first, who delivered more training hours? Can you reply? So far Paco is winning. And the answer is Dino. He delivered 184 hours, which is quite a lot for a tutor. So next question, I'm clearing the answers, so you don't cheat. Who joined ITC first, Dino or Paco? Okay, I see clear majority of Paco, so you got it right. Next question. Wait until I ask the question. Who missed a flight for chatting too much? Now you can answer. And the answer is Paco. That was a flight in Brussels that I found some alumnus from there. And we were chatting and chatting. And when I realized the flight was gone, and I had to book a new flight. So next one, who likes spicy food? Now you can answer. Yeah, I see a clear majority for Dino, and you're right. So next question is, who is Master Chef in events? Now you can answer. This one seems a bit tighter. This might be like Trump against Biden. So it seems you believe it's Paco, and actually it's Dino. We both like cooking, but he's better at cooking for many people. So who used to be Paprika? Okay. Now I see majority of Pacos, and you're right. Like back in the day, paprika was the symbol of PA, and I found some paprika costume back at home. So I thought it would be perfect to just use it in every event I was attending. That was back in 2009 till 2011, more or less. So can we be your speakers? So you can vote yes, no. And only full member LBGs are expected to vote, and 1 vote per delegate. It's good to vote with a yes or no. You don't need to use Bs.
Paco, I think it might be a problem because some people don't have up-to-date Zoom, which will not show you the proper things
That's
you
true.
can do. But participants, please try to go to your participants Zoom box. So like in the bottom control, there's something called participants. If you click there, you'll be able to select yes or no.
Okay. So Joseph, are we approved or not?
I see 80 yeses and no nos and multiple Bs in the chat, which may be counted twice. But I would say even though it's not 85, which is the 84, which is the full member LPGs, it's almost the number. So yeah, I think you are.
Thank you, guys. Okay, we have a little surprise for you. So now would be tradition that I would get the hammer from the previous speaker. But the previous GM was online. They didn't even get the hammer. But we got some magic tricks. Are you sharing the sound, Dino?
Hi everyone, my name is Adrian. I was the speaker at the last president's meeting and I wanted to give you an update about something that's close to me, which is the speaker's hammer. It's been approximately a year that the hammer has been part of this house and it was not meant to be. The hammer was very excited to get on its way to Istanbul for a General Assembly last spring, but as you know, the coronavirus happened and its life has been pretty much like ours in the last month. It's been reading on a couch, it's been binging Netflix in bed, it's been playing cards for hours in the house, eating snacks and taking naps randomly, and pretty much being nostalgic about how the days used to be before the pandemic, when you could volunteer for European students outside of home. So as the hammer has been pretty bored and we need PM to happen, we're gonna try something here. Paco, you ready?
Yeah.
All right, let's do this. 3, 2, 1. You got it?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Okay, guys, have a lot of fun and enjoy PM. Cheers. Bye.
Thank you. I got it. So I guess now that I have the hammer, we can start this PM. Okay. But we need to start this PM. Yeah, we need some clapping sound. Dino, can you take care of that? I can hear it.
A second, let me try to fix my computer.
Can you clap louder, guys? I don't hear you. That's not loud enough. Are you really clapping? Or... I feel like I'm starting to hear something, but I'm not sure if that's clapping or what's that. Yeah, it needs to be louder, Dino. But it's okay. Now there are very important things we need to do according to regulations, which is the approval of some people that will be taking care of very important duties during this PM. So Dino, can you share the presentation? Okay. So today we will first have to approve the list of PM secretaries. Those are the people that will be taking minutes during plenary sessions. And they are different extras that apply for the event. I will present all of the people first. Then you will have the option to vote through a poll. And then we will see if you approve them or not. So this would be the PM secretaries. Then would have the code checkers. That are the people that need to check that the code in VIP is right and that every single regulation is respected, like quorum is respected, majorities are working fine. The very same people will be also taking care of the difficult task of copying the results from PA to the minutes so all the votes get clear in the minutes. Nothing is lost. And then we will have the financial auditors that they will be checking the financial reports from the previous board and from this one and comparing them with all the bank statements, so they make sure everything is by the book. So now I'll start the poll. It's only one vote per LBG. So then, yeah, technical problem, we don't have the poll. So I guess we need to vote again using BMP. So whenever I say yes, you can, whenever I say yes, you can start voting first of all on the PM secretaries. So 1, 2, 3, yes, you can vote. Okay. I see a clear majority of these. So I guess we can say the PM secretaries are approved. Do you know? Yeah, I'm not controlling this any longer. Can you go to that slide? Okay. So now you will vote on code checkers and minute checkers. 1, 2, 3, you can vote. Are you done with the voting? Okay. So I see also a big majority of this. We can go now to the financial auditors. And now you can vote. So okay, see a big majority of these. So before we consider all of those people approved, is there any LBG having any questions or statements to make? You can use fingers in this chat. Okay. Katalin from LBG Yash, you may speak.
Yes, I would like to bring into attention that Vladislav Forna is an ex-bestie and he's a former member of our LBG.
Does it mean he's an alumnus? Or does it mean that
No,
he's
not an alumnus.
ex-member?
He's an ex-member.
Okay. Do you want to give any more details why he is ex-member and not alumnus?
He was only in RLBG for a year, and then he's no longer a student. And RLBG has some serious criteria for who we make alumnus or not.
Okay. So was it clear for the plenary? Good. Do you feel you need to vote again on the financial auditors, or is it fine with the voting you did so far? So yes could be I'm fine with what we have. No would mean I want to vote again. So if those financial auditors are not approved, we will need just to pick new ones. Okay. So I understand that with user disregarding the potential problem that he is not a member any longer of LBG Yash. So we can consider all these extras approved for their tasks. Can you show the slides, Dino? So secretaries got approved. Code checkers got approved. Minute checkers got approved, and financial auditors got approved. Thank you, everyone. Can we have some round of applause for these brave people?
Did that work?
I didn't hear anything. So I guess you are not clapping hard enough. Like I hear like some noise in the background, but that's not good enough as a clap.
Give me a second. So red.
Okay. That's way better. Yeah. That gives me energy. Thank you, Dino. That's the way to do it. So now maybe some of you have been to some GMs. Maybe this is your first GM. We will get to know about this. Want you all to show your camera because we are gonna play a little game. So, okay, I will even stop using my headphones. So now I want you all to stand up. Good. And now, please, once you're all standing up, sit down if this is your very first GM. Okay. So now sit down if this is your second GM. Good. Sit down if this is your third GM. Fourth GM. Fifth GM. Okay. Who is standing? So sit down if this is your sixth GM. Seventh GM. Wonderful. I guess we got a winner. So this was mostly for you to remind you that attending GMs is not an easy thing. Not everybody gets the chance to go to a GM. And in this GM, there are people with very different experiences. So whenever you feel like you're a bit lost and you don't know what's going on or why things are done in a way or another way, just try to approach those people that were standing for a longer time. I also understand that this is Zoom and it was not as easy as in a plenary to see who's standing and who is not. But in general, you can also just check their profiles in PA and stalk them a bit to see who was where. Okay. So now I have another presentation sharing a bit how is the behavior we're expecting from you in this PM. Dino? Thank you. Is the presentation ready? Yeah. So this is what we're expecting as speakers, how you will behave during this PM. So as I like to say, 5 minutes early is being on time. On time is already late, and late is unacceptable. Today we already started 14 minutes late, the session. Most LBGs, I can say, they were here on time, but some other people are still joining the chat. So please try to be as early as possible for the sessions. Okay, 5 minutes early is on time. 2 hours early, maybe the link is not there yet. I would like you to pay attention to the sessions. I know, like in real GMs, you have no computer, no phone. You are there only to paying attention to presentations. But when you are in your room, you will have a lot of possible distractions. Just try to remove them, because this PM will only happen once. And if you are here to be able to bring good outcomes to best and for your LBG, and you want to be, let's say, the smart guy that is asking smart questions during the plenary, you better pay attention, because otherwise you will look like a fool. As previously mentioned by Yoyo, it's very important for you to interact with each other. In this PM, there are more than 200 participants. That's nothing I've heard before of. There were bigger PMs, but it was because there were like 40 organizers or something like that. In here, there are no organizers. It's just you and people bringing content. So try to use all the options you have. There are plenty of them online. Right now, Las Palmas and Yeka are just 1 call distance. So try to interact with as many participants as possible, get to know them, and get new ideas for your LBGs. Okay, that was it from this presentation. And now Dino has another presentation for you. Dino, the floor is yours.
Good morning. As you might have already got in your email, we have certain rules for getting through this lovely PM of ours. And this, not really presentation, just a short reminder on how all the communication will work throughout this PM. So for the one fingers, there is a Google form that you have to submit in order for your one figure to be registered. And you can find that form in the how the communication in plenary will work email, which conveniently says everything that I'm going to say now. This is just a reminder. So for one finger, we have a Google form. We do this in order to make it more efficient and to not have to waste time with passing microphones all over the place, unmuting, muting people, and stuff like that. For two fingers, please write them down in the chat of this Zoom call. You just write 2 fingers. Somebody will take notice of your 2 fingers and put you in a list, and then Paco, the speaker, or another facilitator will just assign you when your turn comes to speak. This is why it's super important for you to have LBG name, vertical line, your name in the chat, because we want to use this LBG name for this kind of passing of fingers, because you're not speaking for yourself, you're speaking for your LBG. For 3 fingers, if anything feels super slow, please, in the participants tab where you voted for all the previous things, there is a go faster button. Click on the go faster button, and that will be a signal for us to speed up the things. If a lot of you do that, it's more likely that Paco as a speaker will decide maybe the discussion is taking too long, let's pass it on to something else. For technical, as some lovely people already used it, just write in the chat a letter T, semicolon, and then write your technical. So my laptop is on fire, my cat just died, stuff like that. For the next stuff, like such as a bullshit, if you have anything funny to say in plenary, it might be too late for you to say it through waiting for fingers. So just type BS and write it in the chat. Extra Antonis, very good way, but that might be a technical and not a bullshit. Perfect. I think that's almost all, except the fact that we might have forgotten to mention earlier that this call is recorded, and in the case that you don't want to be recorded, leave the call. If you stay in the call, we are implicitly assuming that you are okay with being recorded. And back to you, Paca.
Yeah, like the same thing, if you don't feel confident with your own image and you don't want people to see your faces, you can just turn off your cameras. That's perfectly fine. Or if just your computer is not fast enough to deal with so many videos. So now, out of experience to going to GMs, we prepare another presentation. It's also a bit connected to the first one from this day, done by Yo-Yo. So it's about the role you have as planner. Okay. So, okay, there's no unlimited power, of course. The power you have is connected to the regulations we have in BEST. So this is a patent from Francisco de Goya, representing the power of democracy. So what's your role as a plenary? Your role is to discuss and decide the matters that are within the interest of BEST. So you are able to adjust the regulations we have in BEST to the times we live in. You are able also to bring up problems that are happening in BEST, try to come up with solutions. You are even able to choose who will be in the board every year. So you are pretty much ruling what is happening in BEST. So, wait. So in GMs, as Yo-Yo was mentioning before, there are many things that are being decided. And in a way, this is creating history for BEST. So then you may wonder how you can make history in BEST. So you may start some discussions in some coffee break, and that will spark a new project happening. And later on, maybe it becomes some department, or it's the main focus of the following board. Or you may just inspire someone to run for the board in the next GA, or to lead some project, or just to start some new service in your LBG. So there are many different ways in which you can make history in BEST. I was doing some calculations, it's rather rough calculations of how much power you have as a plenary. So right now there are 18 hours of mandatory sessions during the weekends, plus 29 hours of optional sessions. They might vary depending on what parking lot topics you propose, how many content proposals you propose, and so. So that's around 9,400 human hours, which that's like for normal humans the equivalent of 4 years and 8 months of work of one person, of course. So that's a lot of work that you can invest in doing many things, such as you can start an exchange invest. So for those people that have good ideas, please do share them. Like, you don't need to create a proposal for every change you want to make. You just need to be able to share your ideas and to frame them in the proper way. So for that, you have like, let's talk about best presentations, where you can bring up some new ideas. You may even have some ideas that are not so best related in Speaker's Corner, but you can just have a chat while having some coffee during the break with other participants. Also important point is how to make good decisions for this PM. So good decisions comes from being properly informed. And that requires you to go through minutes of sessions, go through VIP discussions, go to previous discussions in previous GMs, asking the right questions in the plenary, asking the right questions outside of the plenary as well, discussing with different LBGs, and then of course you will make great decisions. And yes, as one Dark Lord likes to say, the most dangerous phrase in the galaxy is we've always done it this way. So we tend to do this a lot in Best. Like, it's been always like that. You cannot change it. But normally our memory is like 3-4 years tops. And that means that we've always done it this way. Most probably just we've been doing this way for 3 years. And since the environment is also changing all the time, it's not smart to keep doing things in the very same way. So it's good time to reinvent the wheel in a way and try to solve problems in some different way. Okay, thank you guys for your attention. Now, if you have any questions or comments from those presentations, it's your time to ask them. Okay, if there are no questions.
Oh, sorry, I have one.
Okay, there is, one question from Daniel. Do you want to phrase it yourself? So
yes, thank you very much.
Well?
It's Daniel from Copenhagen. I just have a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
Does Vladislav's membership status have any legal consequences for our financial report acceptance or anything like that?
Yeah, we will investigate that and come back to you with an answer after lunch break. Okay. So in case it does,
thank you.
We can remove Vlad from the position and we will find someone else and get that other person approved. If it doesn't, we will respect the decision of the plenary and we will keep Vlad in his position. Thanks for the question. Okay, so now we have another presentation about voting and regulations. Dina, please bring it on. Okay. So I will go briefly through the regulations that are related to voting. You can also see in this presentation which regulations are affected So maybe before we come up with the answer, you even find it yourself. Okay. So which regulations are connected to voting? You have in the statutes some articles and also some other articles in the internal regulations. Some of them, as you may guess, are not so relevant in DGM, such as postal voting or delegation of voting right, since you are all able to attend this online PM. We'll go through all of this. So voting rights, only full members can vote, of course. Only one vote per LBG. And we will see more about this. Any full member of the board can ask for a secret ballot. So what is the secret ballot thing? So in case you don't want who voted for what to be known, you can ask for a secret ballot on any of the proposals. Normally, this is done for membership cases or whenever people are voting on people, but you could do technically for any of the proposals. Deadline for this is Saturday at 2:30. Every time is Central European time. And once you ask for secret ballot, you are not able to register a comment. Just keep that in mind. Then vote delegation is not so relevant for this PM. The quorum, assuming that all full members will vote, it's half of the full members, so it's 42. Which means if for some proposal only 42 LBGs are voting, not good enough, that voting wouldn't count. Then the options you have are 3 and only 3. Yes, no, and abstain. Some people may have heard about blank, but we've got IT department to take care of that issue. So blank doesn't exist any longer in VIP. So yes means you want the proposal to be accepted. No means you don't want the proposal to be accepted. And abstain, in general, it means that you want other LBGs to decide for you. But when it comes to the proposals, there are some in which no and in which abstain actually means that you don't mind. But if the proposal has this 2/3 majority, abstain and no are technically the same. You will see later on. So the approval ratio for some proposals like membership ones, legal report, and action reports is 1/2 of the votes cast, which means that whenever there are more yes than no, as Pavel would say, yes wins. It needs to be more yes than no. So equal numbers means no. It's not good enough to be approved. For special proposals, we have 4 of them in this president's meeting. It requires 2/3. No, we have actually 6 of them because all financial proposals are also 2/3. And the ones changing articles in IRE are also 2/3. So this requires that yes, votes for yes are 2 times the number of no plus abstentions. As you can guess from this formula, it doesn't really matter if you vote no or abstention. It will count the same because it will not add to the number of yeses. While in this normal voting, the abstentions are not counted. Let's give some examples so you better understand it. So there is LBGA Strawberry running from full to suspended. So this requires an approval ratio of 1/2. If they get 41 yes and 40 no's and 3 abstentions, you see that the number of yes is lower than half of the votes, but still is higher than the number of no's, which means that the proposal gets approved. Similar case, just playing around with the numbers, you get 40 yes and 40 no. So since the number of yes is not higher than the number of no's, this proposal doesn't get approved, it's rejected. Now let's play a bit with some either proposal. So 2/3 of this 84 number of full member LBGs would be number 56. So if the number of yes is not higher than 56, the proposal is rejected. Another example, in this case, since the number of yes is higher than these 2/3 of the vote cast, the proposal gets approved. Then, besides these proposals, how LBGs can bring up changes. So you have two main options. One would be the amendments that are meant for small changes in proposals and reports or other documents that are being voted upon. And then you have counter proposals, which could be bigger changes whenever you don't agree with some of the things in the proposal and you want to change them. So amendments could be mostly for fixing typos, clarifying the content. So let's say something is not defined in the document, so adding the definition of it that doesn't change the core of the proposal. Or correcting some mistakes, like references badly written, or some parts that are missing from the document that should be there. You will have as deadline this Wednesday 11th at 11 p.m. And then we'll have a session to vote and discuss on those amendments on Saturday in the morning. Then for counter proposals, since you will bring all the amendments to the speakers, and in case we consider that's too big of a change, we will ask you to bring them as counter proposals. We have deadline a bit later. That will be Thursday 12th, early in the morning, so 9 a.m. So in case you submit some amendment for the last time, you can still have time to transform it into a counter proposal. So in any case, I'll press the board and speakers. So we see whether this is a counter proposal or an amendment. And the discussion will happen in Saturday 14 after we are done with amendments, and voting will be all together with the rest of proposals. So here you have a summary of all the deadlines. And I would like you first to get any questions you may have about this presentation. Are there any comments you have about the deadlines? And then we can proceed to vote on them. What are the questions you have? Anything to be clarified? Any comments on the deadlines? Okay, so we can proceed. You can write B if you want to approve these deadlines, and P if you don't want to approve them. Okay. It's a big majority of Bs. So we can consider those deadlines as approved. You have them in a document in PA. Josip will brief you later about that. And now it's time for Josip for his presentation about the schedule and document updates. Josip, floor is yours.
Yes, let's wait for the presentation to come. Right. Okay, let it load. So until it loads, this first presentation is about some updates in some of the documents that are already submitted for this president's meeting. So when I say documents, I mean like the proposals and the reports we have. So there were a few technical mistakes, a few errors, or a few small changes that we want to make in the report and proposal that we had. So we will present you those proposed document updates that we have. And I will just start with it, the first one. Okay. Okay. So the first document that needs an update is the proposal to approve the final financial report of the 32nd International Board. In the analysis of the proposal, it says that correctly that the proposal needs 2/3 of the votes cast, but it says abstentions shall not be included, which was a mistake that we didn't spot when the proposal was being written. And the correction is that the abstentions shall be included in the numbers of vote cast. So that would be one of the updates. Then there's another small correction in the P5, the proposal to approve the full membership of Baby LBJ and Standard. In the background section of the proposal, there was a quoted regulation from the regulations of admission and exclusion. And it was actually an old version of this article that says that best courses and best symposium education are defined in the Vivaldi handbook, which is the correct and current article says that best courses are defined in the Vivaldi handbook and best symposium education are defined in the best symposia and education handbook. So these are the two first proposed documents for update. Now Mina will speak.
So in the financial report of the 33rd International Board, you can go on. So there were some changes in there were some mistakes in the tables. There is one extra row added to the membership, to the inflow table, which is the, this is to the outflow table. This is the membership fee for the EYF annual fee. And we have correction of dates. You can go on.
It's a bit laggy.
So we have correction of all the dates because when copy pasting the table, it was copy pasted with different dates for whatever reason. And in the inflow tables,
give it a second.
We have one extra row deleted, which happened in June, if you can see, but you don't see because the wrong date. And one extra row is added, which is Electrolux, which was BVS partner. So this is the final format of the table in the end.
Okay, thank you, Mina, for the updates. And then the final document that has quite some updates is the P10 proposal to include local and online services in membership criteria for the next year. And for that one, Jasper is the person who will give you a briefing on the updates.
Yes, thank you. For this proposal, the changes that we're going to implement, they are mainly based on the input that we've gathered from new delegates. Let's take a look at the first. Okay, let's take a look at the first change. So a couple of questions arose whether an LBG has to organize an event in the period of time between the 1st of December and 30th of November, or has to get it recognized, and hence whether it was possible to get an event recognized that was organized in the 3 months before the 1st of December. Now, we believe that it should be the case that the recognition has to take place within that period of time and not necessarily the organization of the event itself. So the following changes, they make sure that this is properly reflected in the proposal. Okay, move on to the next slide.
Yes. It just takes some time.
So on page 2 in change, we go from having to organize an event during this period and have it recognized to get the event recognized in this period of time. So there are the clear change. Can move on. Also on page 2 in the section therefore we propose, we made a small change to have it more clearly reflected that recognition is the important factor. And on page 3 in the section, if this proposal is accepted, then yeah, what's going to happen then? Then we also made some changes to make sure that it was about getting it recognized. Also in page 3, in consequences, there again, to make it extra clear, it's not about organizing the event in that period of time, it's about getting it recognized within that period of time. In the handbook itself, we would also like to make some updates. Namely, on page 2, we'd like to add 2 new definitions to make it clear to everyone reading it what we actually mean with terms used elsewhere in the document. For professional, we are going to use the definition also used in Vivaldi handbook. So professional is someone who either has an academic certification and at least a university level degree on the subject, or is employed in a relevant field. And then local service, we define it as following. A local service is a service provided to the students of primarily one university that is part of BEST. On page 4, we have created clear service categories. Originally, there was some confusion what was local academic events, what was online academic events. And we have clarified that by mentioning that those first 5 categories, that's all about local events, that we've also added a category of other local service events, so that's extra clear. That if you, as an LBG, have an event that is not listed here, that can still be considered for recognition. And then there's actually only one online course or online event that we consider with this proposal, and that cannot be categorized as a local event, namely BEST Online Courses. So we have specified this naming. Know that if on page 4 this update happens, that the changes will also transpire in the titles used later in the handbook. On page 4 then, we have updated general requirements. So originally it was stated that a significant number of participants had to fill in the evaluation. We would like to throw that out. Then there's also regulation regarding the privacy policy that has to be completed. We have made it a little bit more general because it's very unclear what best privacy policy for local and online services is actually referring to. So we have rephrased that as proof that all participants agree to have their personal data shared with BEST, and then also that the pictures of the event can be used by BEST. Another change, we go from the event has to have at least working hours to the event has to offer at least 3 working hours. This is mainly by considering events like job fairs, where you can perfectly offer a couple of hours to a certain number of hours to the participants, but it's very hard to measure how long a certain participant actually walks around on the job fair. And like, it's not in the control, in the power of an LBG to determine how long an LBG can walk around, or how long a participant will walk around. Therefore, by changing it to offer, we hope to cover these specific kind of cases better. Then there's one mentioning of Article 5.4 that we can now actually drop, because with the extra clarification of the local aspect of services, as indicated by previous change, it's really not important anymore to make a differentiation with the events mentioned in Regulation on Admission and exclusion. And by removing it, we remove one reference to another document, which is interesting because that document will be updated later on this year, and we don't want to have to change all these things later on. Next one. A small difference from academical topic to academic topic, which is linguistically more correct. And then to make it clear that it's not mandatory to work together with professionals for when organizing lay activities, we have stated that when you work together with them, mention the credentials, but if you don't work with them, then you don't have to mention anything. And then we've added one specific requirement for those other local service events. This is not really something new, it was just previously phrased in a different way. So now, new category of other local service events, and then with a specific requirement, the explanation basically that if a local service event does not fit any concrete category, that you have to contact event recognition body or body responsible for event recognition to make sure that, or to agree upon some specific requirements beforehand. And then one change based on advice provided to us by Vivaldi department is to increase the minimal percentage of working hours that has to be delivered by professionals for best online courses specifically from 80% to 100%. In this way, it's perfectly aligned with best courses. It makes sense because best online courses are very much like best courses, and it's also the case that the academic part of best online courses is very crucial actually for these kind of events. Hence, by putting it as 100%, you make sure that this is appropriately taken into account.
Do you have any questions for the presenters? See one finger from Skopje.
Hey everyone, I just wanted to ask about the local and online events. Does the online event have to be like on an international level, or can it be a local online event?
So 2 fingers on the board.
Yes. Local events can be online or physical, that doesn't really matter. That's also why we've included that definition of local event. So just referring to who is going to participate in that event, not to the format of the event.
Thank you. More questions? Filippo, one finger. And Filippo, please adjust your name as it was recommended. I mean, not your name physically, but your name on Zoom.
Yes, I think it should be fixed.
Okay, you can do it after you ask the question. Let's
Okay.
go for it.
So I wanted to ask about the privacy policy. Is it verified that that formulation is legal, compliant, so with the GDPR?
Two fingers from the board.
Okay, what we have here is mainly our own handbook that explains what we ask from the LBGs to do. So it doesn't have to be already here, like to have the article ready that is GDPR compliant to be okay. So this article, this text here, which is a document between LBGs and BEST, is is what we include here. They definitely have to fulfill GDPR in any case. This is just our internal conditions that we have for this document, and we don't have to specify everything here.
Perfect, thanks. And sorry for the name. I did it before, but I had to go out of the call because of internet connection.
It's
So when I
fine.
came in back, it went back to normal.
So I have a finger from Erlangen, Lucas.
Yes.
Then Levitz.
I wanted to ask how the situation is with, for example, national events. For example, if I would organize an event with the other German LBGs, does that account also for that?
Yeah, that's a very good point. We'll have a session to talk about these proposals. So we want to keep the questions only about the changes that they are proposing in here, not about the proposals themselves, since you will have plenty of time to ask details about this proposal later on. Is it fine? Cut. Thank you, Lucas. So now we have a finger from Gliwice. Wojciech?
LBG Gliwice, Wojtek, hello. I've got a question. Is this new document accessible somewhere on PA?
Yes, it will be available as soon as you approve it, in case you do. Otherwise, you will have the previous version. Am I right, Josip?
Yes, it will be uploaded if it's approved, so we don't have it right now as a document to share.
Thank you very much.
Question from Carlos Tercero.
Yeah, hello. I have a doubt about this new content. Like, shouldn't we approve this as amendments since they are quite big changes? Like, you go from recognizing events from 1 year to 1.5 years, and yeah, other big changes. So shouldn't we?
So let's say, technically, the board is the owner of those proposals. And if they get feedback from LBGs, departments, projects, and they implement that feedback, they can change it before the end starting of PM and present those changes. If you don't agree with some of the changes, you can always change them back through amendments. Is it right? Okay, so we encourage you to propose amendments. There will be a session only for that. So whatever change you consider that was not in the right direction, you can adjust it. Any more questions? Okay, so I guess we can proceed to vote on the approval of these changes. Oopsie. Not there yet. Can you wait a bit? I see you cannot wait for voting, so let you vote. Okay, I see a big majority of Bs. I also see a couple of Ps. Is there any comment you want to make before we close this part of the session? Feel free to use one finger in here now. Okay, so we can assume all those changes were approved and the documents will be uploaded to PA and shared with you. In case, as Carlinhos was bringing up, you don't agree with some of those changes, you can bring up either an amendment, or if you want to do a bigger change, you can come up with a counter proposal. In any case, just approach the speaker whenever you have this kind of ideas, so we can guide you on whether it's better to do it as an amendment or as a counter proposal, and even help you out with how to format it and how to do the change process, so you can also involve other LBGs in the change. So thank you very much. Now the word is for Dino.
Thank you, Paco. I'm just here to do some very quick announcements. Give me a second to play my announcement music. Okay. So very quick announcement. The board would like to get information about impact of COVID-19 on your LBG. So that's why they prepared a little survey. You can find that survey in the announcements chat. Please fulfill the survey during the next coffee break. Thank you, and back to you, Paco.
Thank you, Dino. So now we have a coffee break. Our dear organizers were preparing in the meanwhile. So you will have until 11:15. So I'm expecting you to start joining again at 11:10. So 10 minutes after 11. So we can make sure everybody is in the room when we are ready. Okay, have some rest, get some coffee, and see you in the next block. Good. So we want to start the blog with some announcements. So we got this question in the previous blog of whether some person that is not a member any longer of an LBG can be a financial auditor. Can you, Dino, share what are the regulations saying about it?
Yes, as soon as the guards of internet comply.
Wonderful. So in summary, not to waste more time, regulations are not mentioning who is eligible to be a financial auditor, as long as they are not part of international board and they didn't have access to the common account of BEST. It's more clear in the regulations. So yeah, this is part of the statutes of BEST.
Thank you. Can I, well, sorry to interrupt you like this. I just have one quick question. Can we know what is the reason for him not being promoted to alumni in EST? Does it have anything in connection with financial stuff or something like that? If not, then it's perfect. But if yes, then we should discuss it further.
I would really appreciate if you use fingers at any time you need to ask a question. Like no matter how urgent is the question, just use fingers. If it's a technical, just write it down in the chat. But don't try to hijack the session. Thank you, Daniel. So in any case, the answer will not make a big difference regulation-wise. I understand that you might have concerns if he was stealing the money of the LBG and running away or something like that. From what I discussed with Yash, they are in good terms with the guy. He's just not experienced enough to become alumnus, but he can also have a say. Do you want to say something, Katalin? Not even sure if he's attending this session.
I'm still here.
Okay, you're here. So Katalin, you can turn on your camera, so it's better.
1 second.
Okay. So you're upside down, but I guess it's fine.
Yeah, we're in good terms with Vladislav.
Thank you, Katalin. So are there any other questions from the plenary regarding this topic? Otherwise, we have another announcement to make. Dino, can you take care of it?
I'm not exactly sure which announcement you're referring to.
Yeah, it's the financial FPA form.
Ah, sorry, yeah, my bad. In your announcements, WhatsApp chat, you got the FDA form that you will have to sign at the beginning of every session block. Well, this is more annoying than just having to sign it once. We have to do it this way because not all of you will be attending all the sessions. So at every block, every time we have a break or a lunch break, please, when we restart everything, just sign it again. I will send it on the announcements every time so you can remember it there, but please try to sign it every time. Back to you, Paka.
Okay, we have 2 fingers from Grants. Please see me.
Yeah, just a clarification. I guess there is some miscommunication. If you are a delegate, you can sign it once for the compulsory events, but all the delegates, extras, everyone who is attending the compulsory session should fill it. And then for the weekday, then there will be sending the extra form for each session.
Thank you, Simi. Any other comments? Okay, so now we can start this block. So in this block, you will see a series of presentations that will have no question block attached, mostly because there will be commissions to ask all the questions, give all your comments and your feedback, and you will get all your questions solved by the people that were writing those documents. So the first presentation, it's about the report containing the legal obligations of the previous board, the BRITS, presented by Dani, secretary of the previous board. So Dino, can you get the slides? Dani, are you ready to present?
Yes.
Go for it.
Perfect. Hello, everyone. I'm Dani. I'm the secretary of the previous International Board of BEST. And therefore, I will present you how we fulfill the legal obligations of the organization during our mandate. Let's wait until this works. Yeah, okay, perfect. First of all, I wanted to explain you a bit how, okay, perfect. How does this process work and why do we have a legal report? And basically, it is all connected with what we are as an organization, which is basically an international non-profit association that is registered in Brussels. And therefore, we are governed by the Belgian Code of Companies and Associations, which establishes some obligations that we need to follow. These obligations can be found in the internal regulations, specifically in the legal report that I will present. Basically, these obligations consist of informing about changes done in the international board, the statutes or determination of the association, paying the appropriate taxes, and storing some specific documents in the office of BEST in the headquarters, and then other obligations that are covered by other laws that we will not talk about. So what is the system that we have in BEST to fulfill those? Basically, in internal regulations, we have explained that the executive board ensures the compliance with the legal responsibilities of the organization. So it's our responsibility for the president, secretary, and treasurer to ensure this is done. And therefore, in order to prove to the organization that this is done regularly, we have the legal report, which is a document that contains the summary of all the things that were done in this way. Connected to these two things, there is a term or a process called discharging the executive board, which means that if the legal report and the final financial report, which are a bit special, if they are approved by the organization, it means that the organization would assume responsibility for the actions that are contained in this report. And therefore, the executive board no longer has that responsibility on their shoulders. So yeah, now let's talk about the fulfillment of the responsibilities by our side. First of all, we faced some issues because, I mean, as you all know, these processes were also affected by the pandemic in the following way. Basically, we had problems when submitting documents because the Belgian government moved to online procedures, and sometimes these procedures were not compatible with international associations, or they were keeping different procedures for this type of associations. There was also an overload, so everything is going slower. That's why we didn't receive confirmation for one of the things yet, and also because it was submitted late. And also some issues that were faced is that, as you might know, the official GA happened in the end of June instead of in the beginning of May, end of April. And therefore, we couldn't process, for example, the change of board before this event happened, because that's when we legally approved the new international board. So that also contributed to delays. And also we could not go to Brussels to do the documentation in person. So talking about the specific fulfillment, in the main obligations, the submission of the balance sheet happened in the 6th of October. The submission of bad reports happened throughout the year. It's specified later on with the help of the accountant. The change of the board from us to the Voyager happened in the 22nd of July, and no changes in the status were done. We didn't receive yet a confirmation for the balance sheet. It's specified in the report, I think. We've been calling, and they still didn't tell us if they received it or not. And the VAT declaration submissions were done in these dates. About the other obligations, which are the obligations connected to storing some documents in the office, there are 9. And basically, the power of attorney is a document that allows Walid to represent BEST when it comes to signing contracts with companies or representing BEST towards the European Commission, because usually you need 2 people from the executive board. This was signed and deposited in the office in the 10th of August. And all the other documentation was deposited in the office in the 2nd of October. That's all. See you in the commission for it. If you have any question, I will be more than happy to reply there. And that's all from me. Back to you, Paco.
Thank you, Danny. So I want to thank the bridge for taking some care of BEST during these difficult times. It's a pleasure to be aboard you, but it also takes a lot of work. So I believe they deserve an applause. Thank you, Planner. So now it's like better later than never. The work done in order to compile all the financial matters of the organization is summarized in this next report, the final financial report. Is the presenter ready?
Yes, sir.
Hi, Walid.
Hello, Paco.
Slides are ready. So the floor is yours.
All right. Do I have the function to control it? Yes, I do. Perfect. All right. Hello, friends, the ones I know and the ones I still have to know. It's a pleasure to be here. Yeah, welcome to the final financial report presentation. Oops. So first of all, let's say what this presentation is not about. This is not a summary of the report. The report is self-explanatory, so I hope you all have read it already. This is not going to be a boring presentation, or so I hope. And this definitely is not a presentation about the US elections. What it will be instead is that it will be an attempt to give you some key tools to understand the report, and also reflection on some of its main takeaways. Cool. So what is the final financial report after all, the FFR? It's a formal document, one that you have to vote upon. It explains how things went money-wise. So basically, how much money did we spend? How much money did we earn? And will we ever survive? This was not taken for granted a few months ago. Anyways, it also contains financial statements. I hope you guys know what is a financial statement. And the FFR is audited internally and externally. What audited means, it means that it will be checked by internal and external people. So the financial auditor internally and by the accountant to check if everything is correct and accurate. All right. What is interesting about the final financial report is that if you look about some of the key information in there, you could identify some patterns and you could have an understanding of where the organization is heading. And that's basically by looking at the financial statements. Now I want to make a quick probe. Do you guys know what is a financial statement? All those who know what is a financial statement, please put anything in the comments. Senia and Danny, please check how many people put their fingers. So basically the financial statements are, these tables that you see in the report, and they record the financial performance of an organization such as BEST within a specific time period. And that time period is 1 year. So the financial statements give you an idea about how things went throughout 1 year, which is our mandate. Most importantly, the financial statements contain 3 statements. the balance sheet, income statement, and cash flows. The balance sheet is the so-called a snapshot of the financial position at the end of the mandate. So by looking at the balance sheet, you can see key numbers, and these numbers tell you how the organization is performing up to that moment, or what is the financial position of the organization. So basically, it explains or it shows what we own, what do we owe to other people or other organizations, and what is the net worth or the net assets of the organization. The second important financial statement is the so-called income statement, or statement of profit and loss, as you will see it written in the report. So this basically tells you how we got from the beginning of the year till the end of the year. So if the balance sheet is a snapshot at a given moment, the income statement is the video that is between two snapshots. And it basically shows what are our revenues, so the incomes, and what are our expenses, and the possible profits and loss. And as you can see, there is, in this case, it's a profit. Okay, one important thing also that is in the report is the budget fulfillment, which shows you how exactly the actual incomes and expenses are, compared to the budgeted amount. So at the beginning of the year, if you recall, we actually make a budget. So we say we will earn or we will spend this amount of money throughout the year. The budget fulfillment table, which is the following one, shows you exactly how much did we budget and how much actually did we end up either spending or earning. Notably to be noticed is the percentage of budgeted amount to actual amount. Okay, this year was particular because we had a pandemic, but generally we saw that our actual expenses and our actual incomes are less than what is usually budgeted, and we took this in consideration while crafting the budget for this fiscal year. All right, to be noticed is a very important number, but you also, we can discuss it in the commission, is the difference. This year we ended up with 32,000 euros, which is the first time in a few years that we end up in profits and not in losses. That means that our savings have been increased by this amount. Okay, so generally, how do we get the money as best? For those who don't know, we get it through CRD, GD, and donations. CRD, the branch of BEST or the department that is. Okay, CRD is the presentation that is meant. CRD is the department that is meant to, deal with companies and bring contracts with them. GD applies to grants, and donations is something that we introduced like this year. It was introduced the year before us, but we worked upon this year, which is internal and externally. Some key aspects about this mandate is that with companies, we try to have a new approach. So we didn't sell, partnerships to them, pre-made packages as much as we try to approach them and understand what are their needs and, have contracts with that. This worked quite well. We have, quite big contracts with ABB and Atos, and hopefully CRD is continuing with this approach this year as well. Our approach for grants was basically apply to more grants, apply better. We applied to quite a few grants, FPA, EYF twice, and European Youth together twice, and P2P with Sharing Academy. Donations, we have got quite a few donations internally and externally. For the first time, we launched a donations campaign on Global Giving. It has performed quite well. And what we worked on also this year is that we adjusted our accounting. You will find more about this in the report. And not quite easily to be done, but we also, survived a pandemic, financially speaking, I'm talking. Specifically, we launched a new service that has been very profitable, which is BEST Virtual Summit. You will see the numbers about it in the report. All right. Throughout the year, we have been talking about, how can we contribute to BEST? How can we save BEST financially? And, therefore, when BEST has money, we can invest in our development of services and things. And here are a few ways in which you can contribute. First of all, you can contribute financially. Some LBGs, for example, like LBG Madrid Carlos III, pledged to donate 15% of their annual profit every year. LBG, like LBG Warsaw, decided to cancel a debt that BEST had towards them. And LBG's Aachen, Brasov, Bucharest, Cluj-Napoca, Coimbra, Ghent, Graz, Leuven, Lisbon, Novi Sad, Prague, Tallinn, Timișoara, Torino, and Uppsala and Zagreb decided to donate to President's Meeting Valladolid. I guess you all remember that. I would like to ask, please, Paco, to use the function of, applause, because I would like to have a sitting ovation for these LBGs.
Dino, you may proceed.
Please, Dino. Okay. It seems that we can do that while doing the presentation. It's okay. We will proceed, but you guys, applaud for them in your hearts. These LBGs have been showing quite some responsibility in helping BEST in. Thank you very much. The second way you can contribute to BEST is something that we have been asking for, which is sharing companies. It means if you have a local company that is participating with you, you could help them, be also global partners of BEST or participate in other LBGs or in other countries. And this way you can have, profits, but also you provide value for the company, because you, as a single LBG or a single hub, you can help them access a wider network. So keep this in mind as presidents. You can approach the treasurer and CRD coordinator this year if you have any companies you want to share. And last but not least, and perhaps the most important way you can contribute into improving the financial situation of BEST is by encouraging your volunteers to participate in, not only the grants making, the money making departments like CRD and GD, but also to participate in developing the service and be involved internationally. This has proven to be quite, profitable. That being said, thank you very much for all your contributions, and we are looking forward to your questions in the commission.
Thank you, Khalid, for presenting the final financial report. So over the course of the next days to follow, the internal auditors will go through the financial documents from last year and verify the correctness and completeness of those documents. So now it's time for the budget year to present the work they've been working and all the plans and dreams they want to share with you. So Dino, please do the presentation thing. So budget year, the floor is yours.
Would the Voyager be kind to tell me who would like to control their slides?
You can give the control to me, please. To Johannes.
And let the president take the control. Good luck.
Okay, my apologies. I had to figure out how to unmute when I'm controlling someone else's screen. But anyway, hello everyone. Today we sit here in front of you to present to you the first quarterly action report of the Voyager. Well, in this picture, you can see all of us and Josif is there twice. And in this presentation, we will cover the annual action plan and the fulfillment thereof during the first quarter. We'll also cover strategic and ad hoc projects, and then we'll shortly discuss the other work that has been done and that is reported in our reports. Well, so what is covered in the report is for a very big part the fulfillment of the annual action plan of BEST for this year, for the first quarter.
For the first objective, the following things happened. The duties of the working group have been defined, and a call for the working group is out. The working group itself will be guided by the marketing officer, and feel free to apply to that call. A session about the working group will also take place later during this PM. To lay the foundation of the quality management working group, we have elected the quality officer, and she is currently conducting research on different quality management systems.
Susie, we are hearing you very, very lightly.
No, better.
No, not really.
Okay, give me a moment.
Jasper, maybe you can present the slides.
Yes, of course. So, due to the pandemic, the organization of external events isn't possible, and the Voyager would also like to instead recognize local services of the LBGs. You can also find during this PM a proposal to set the basis to do so. Then for the next objective, we have a couple of different goals. So for training as a service, the marketing officer is about to evaluate different local training services based on market research. We're also at the point of launching a new Hackton concept. A project is at the moment being established, and you can learn more about this during this PM. And the first BEST online courses will also be organized after this PM.
The fourth objective is related to increasing the expertise of fundraisers by organizing online corporate relation academy and online grants academy. The first edition of the CR Academy that took place last year will be used to build upon these two academies.
Regarding the fifth goal, we have fifth objective, we have 3 goals. All of them are still in the research phase, and they should end by December, January.
Okay, the next goal.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go, Susanna.
Thank you. So with this objective, we aim to prove the online preparation of LBGs before any decision-making processes, such as general meetings and VIP rounds.
Objective 7 aims to detangle to some extent the judicial branch and the executive branch of the organization. And in BEST, we have many cases in which a body has both judicial and executive responsibilities, and that's what we try to partially solve. Well, at the time of writing the report, we mainly acquired some information from the IFISO autumn meeting, but in the meanwhile, also a project was launched for which a coordinator was recently selected.
And this next objective is about improvements in our IT systems. And the work that has been done includes sharing knowledge in the server administration area and setting up our access in Microsoft Azure so we can test some servers on the cloud. Then there is the public website construction project, which has already created some mockups of the new website, and they will be presented on an open session on Friday, to which you can subscribe. And lastly, the API project of the IT department is already working on the first tasks towards a new private area.
We try to improve our social media and our public website. 2 sessions took already place on Streamer IPF, one about making social media more attractive and one about making it more professional. 2 projects will be involved in this area, namely public website reconstruction project, which is already working, and also social media strategy project, for which you can apply soon.
Objective 10 is related to assessing and fulfilling the HR needs of international bodies. Currently, different tools are being created and used to fulfill those needs, and these are being created together with the international HR team and training department. And the objective 11 is a follow-up of a project from last year, Participants Wellbeing Project. For this, the work on the Code of Conduct hasn't been started yet, but after the submission of the report, the project related to safe people has been initiated and the coordinator has been selected, and soon we'll be looking for project members.
This objective includes work that has started actually already last year, like the adaptation of the statutes to the new Belgian law, and also the clarification of the legal status of all the LBGs, both which are closer to completion. And also, lastly, there is work done by the Chief Information Security Officer for the privacy of our IT systems, like a cybersecurity audit and other planned improvements.
Yes, and then the most important to mention with regard to the LTSP creation is that we had a call for a project and that the LTSP creation coordinator was selected. Since the report was written, the rest of the team has also been selected, and during the open sessions next week, there will be a session on the LTSP on Thursday. So anyone interested in contributing to development of the new LTSP, subscribe to that session.
Yeah. So in the last couple of minutes, you've been hearing quite a lot about projects, because a lot of what has been done and what will be done cannot be done without the project teams that will be working on this. Although during the writing of the report, a lot of projects haven't been started yet. One has been started. It started during the previous mandate. That is the public website reconstruction project. The coordinator was selected and the team already started working, and they already delivered something that you will be able to see during this PM. Besides that, some work has already started on the LTSP creation project. As Johannes said, we have a coordinator. We also selected the team in the previous days, and the timeline has been created. So they will start working very soon, and you will see what they have prepared for you. When it comes to some other projects, 2 projects have a coordinator selected. That's Safe People project and Separations of Power project. Currently, we are in the stage of initializing the projects, and the call for the team will be sent very soon. So if you're considering applying, check your email for that. For one project, the coordinator hasn't been found. That's the new hackathon concept project, but that project will be coordinated by the board because we want to have it executed, at least the first part, in this semester. So the call for the team is out, and you can join on Monday to learn more about this project and how you can contribute by applying for the team. Unfortunately, there's still one project without a coordinator, that is social media strategy project. The call for the coordinator will be sent very soon, or will be extended very soon. So if you're interested in social media or strategic planning, this might be a perfect project for you. So try to apply.
All right, and now we've come to the final part of the presentation. As you know, the action report covers the work of many teams and positions. And of course, these few minutes that we have right now are too limited to properly report on the work that they have been doing over the past month. However, we would really like to take this opportunity to thank all of them for their hard work. So a big thank you to all of the positions and to all of the teams that you can see on this slide. And we encourage you all to read more about our work during the first quarter of this action in the action report. And we also encourage you to go talk to all of these amazing people during the international and NGO rally, which we will have on Wednesday. Well, that was our presentation. A big thank you for your attention, and we will see you in the commissions.
Thank you, Voiker, for sharing your work and dreams with us. It's been only 4 months since you started this trip, and they've been working full time for BEST since then. So I believe they deserve a round of applause. Thank you again. So financial wise, COVID has been a blessing with so little traveling and keeping our incomes. But in this report, you will get more details about how we're improving the financial sustainability of BEST. So Mina, floor is yours. You ready?
Did you share with me?
Mina, you are in control. I repeat, you are in control.
Okay, so hi everyone. I'm going to present the financial report of the quarter 1 and include October, since a lot have happened in October. So it's not working. Okay. We're going to talk about corporate relations, grants, and what are going to be the future steps. But before that, we should all think about the crisis and what are the advantages that it brings, and it forces us to think and be innovative. And so we have corporate relations, and since July, we did quite a lot. So we amendments to contracts with companies from Atos and ABB. We established new partnerships with POSI, HP, 8 Digital. This all happened during October. And during October, we started 3 projects called Continuous FR, IBECO FR, and LBG support projects. Then we can talk about grants. So regarding grants, we were quite busy since the beginning of the year. We had 4 applications, 2 for EYT, 1 for EYF, and 1 for Digital Education Readiness Partnership, which is kind of like a COVID grant. This grant we were approached by University of Istanbul Yildiz, and with them we are applying for this. For EYF, we are applying on our own, and for EYT, we are applying with 2 different organizations, which you can find in the financial report. We also had one financial one report, which is FPA report. We are waiting for the results of the report, and they should be up. Anytime soon. And we also had 2 old grants. One is FPA, and the other one is a step. For the FPA, we are currently writing the application. A deadline for submitting the application is the 19th of November. And regarding the future steps, so first thing we're going to do is submit the FPA application. Then after that, we're going to finish bank transfer processes. In the meantime, I had call with ING, and they're speeding up the process of transferring the ownership of the bank accounts. After that, we're going to finalize the payables from the previous mandate, and then the last thing that's going to happen soon, like next to the AP, is start working on the next budget. And that would be all for me. See you in commissions, and yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mina, for your presentation. I hope you also get better. We can say she's working, but she's also sick, so she might need to be excused in future sessions. Now, I would like you to, okay, Yossi has some presentation to share with you. It's almost an announcement and a presentation of some updates that were happening in the schedule.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, there are some updates in the schedule that I want to talk to you about. I guess I will wait to get the access. Yeah, now I think I got it. Nice. Okay. First of all, what I will show you is, in general, a bit of overview of the schedule very quickly, and then some updates that have happened in the last 2 to 3 days. Yes, the same from you, waiting for it to load. Okay, so this is the schedule. If I click on it, it will open, but not really. Okay, not loading. Anyway, this is the new schedule. You can find it on the archive. Since I know it's not visible from here, you can find the correct link, the same link as it was before. It's the new schedule. So in general, a small overview, we have 4 days with mandatory sessions. First one include proposals and reports, and some presentations from observers and GM hosts. And then the last one's voting and amendments and counter proposals and parking lots and this sort of stuff. But let's move on to the important thing, which is the schedule updates. So as you might have seen in an email, there is a withdrawn proposal. P13 from LBG Madrid Carlos III has been withdrawn. So there are some dates in the schedule based after this happened. There was some change in the schedule. So we could allocate the time better and make it easier. So what are the changes that you can also see when you access the schedule? P9 and P10 proposals have been moved earlier for today. Actually, they have been moved in earlier slots, and they start in the session in the time that the P5 and San Bretagne membership proposal was supposed to start. So tonight we have P9, P10, and then we go to GM hosts and observers. And then tomorrow we only have the membership cases. So tomorrow we have Ernst & Bretagne, which is at 12. Then Nancy, which is moved at 3. And then later, as it was, Las Palmas and Mostar. Also tonight, Saturday 7th, that's a small mistake, the last block has been moved 30 minutes earlier, I think. This might be again wrong. Again, there's a small difference in the last block and the night block with the presentation by observers and GM hosts. And then there are also some changes and some clarifications on the last weekend, Saturday and Sunday. So more information on the various presentations, and the closing has moved to 5 p.m. And then there's some more detailed schedule on what will happen on Saturday with amendments, counter proposals, and parking lots. So this is a small overview of the changes, but you can just go check the document, the schedule, the link you already have, and you can find everything there. Just to go quickly, we have also some social activities, like the commissions that we have right after this when I close, and then some parking lots, which will be for which you will be informed by an email soon. And the next day, there are also some sessions like department rally, speaker's corner, and a presentation of discussion group outcomes. We have the open sessions, you know about them. I don't need to, I can skip them. And that's all with this presentation.
Okay, thank you, Joseph. I believe now Yo-Yo wants to have a word.
Yes. All right. I have a short statement coming from the international board, the Voyager, and also the department and program coordinator, so the Galaxy, with regards to the P13 that was withdrawn. So first off, we'd like to thank LBJ Madrid Carlos Serra for submitting the proposal to remove the ratification of regulated positions inside departments. We are very happy to see LBJs take an active part in trying to improve the internal processes of our organization. And then we discussed the proposal among ourselves, and we have concluded that some aspects of the procedure tackled in the proposal would indeed benefit from some adjustments. For that reason, we are currently talking to LBJ Madrid Carlos Tercero to discuss in what way we could tackle this topic during the parking lot sessions that we have planned throughout this week. But anyway, we expect to be able to give you some updates regarding this throughout the upcoming days, and you'll hear from us. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannes. Now we will move on to the commissions, but before doing so, we have a presentation explaining what will happen. Wonderful.
Are you going to control Paco?
You are?
Oh no, I am. Okay. So hi guys, regarding the commissions, I just sent you a mail right before the beginning of the block, so you can already see how you're dividing it, but I will just shortly give you the explanation about it. Okay. So how does this work? There will be parallel sessions happening at the same times for different reports. You will have time to get involved there, discuss and give your opinions and suggestions regarding that. There will be boardies present from the Voyager and from the bridge in the different parallel sessions to clarify and reply to your questions. They will be there for 15 to 20 minutes. And after that, you will have time to discuss and evaluate the work that was done by these two boards. So what's next? The commission will take for around 1 hour. There is a facilitator and a minute taker per commissions already assigned, as you can see in the spreadsheet. And the outcomes will be sent by mail to the 2 mailing lists that is mentioned there. This can also be shared by the facilitator steering your session. So there is one group on Q1FR where Mina will be explaining and giving more clarifications. And then there are 4 groups on Q1 AR. So there are 4 boardies, Yo-Yo, Luca, Jasper, and Yosif who will be present there. And 1 group on legal report and 2 on final financial report. For the legal report, it's Dani who will be present, and for the FFRs, it's Sana and Walid. And what if you're not in the list, you can join any of the commissions, but please notify either the facilitators or me so that there won't be any miscommunications happening there. And how to join, I guess it's pretty easy. The links are shared with you guys. Just join the link that you are assigned to. Every LBG should have at least one delegate joining the commission, so please make sure of that. And that was it from my side. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Like, I would like to take questions now, both for the schedule changes in case you have any. And then also you can have questions about the commissions. Since we didn't have time before to ask about the schedule. Any questions or comments? Okay, there's one finger from Extra Irene. Normally,
Yeah.
new questions are always one finger. So I don't know that two fingers about what is it, or if you already know what Extra Irene will say. Thank you. So, Irene, you can speak.
Are we supposed to leave this Zoom online meeting because the commissions are on Google Meet? And like, just as a comment, you will have to leave this meeting. You will have to accept all of us later for the next block.
Nista, can you reply?
I guess like for some people, it will be too overloaded to join on two platforms probably. So you might have to leave if.
You can leave and then join again. It's not a technical problem. We have two fingers from Deputy Speaker.
So concerning this particular meet, it's gonna stay on, so you can leave it or rejoin it at any particular point. Also, you can just mute it and put it somewhere down for it to stay throughout your meeting, other stuff. Here we will just have the what time we start again. Also, the same thing will be visible in the live stream at all the time. So you don't even have to rejoin this one before we get ready to start again to check everything.
Okay. Have one finger from Copenhagen.
Oops, yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. There has been a bit of hiccup on our side with the emails, and I didn't get this last email. I just checked. Who should I write to? The VPHR@best.org, or can you show the slide?
Could you specify which email you're talking about?
Sorry?
Are you talking about the commission's email?
Yes.
Okay. So Nista will take care of it.
Yeah, I will somehow send it in the announcement WhatsApp group as well, the link.
Okay, thank
for
you
the
very much.
spreadsheet.
That's perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Any more comments? So it's 12:06. Assuming we have 1 hour for the commissions, they are meant to end at 1:06 Central European time. If some of them get a bit delayed, it's not a big problem because you have lunch break afterwards. And after lunch, we are meant to be back at 3 p.m. to talk about the proposal to solve issues with full members' obligations and stemming from COVID-19. So enjoy the commissions, make a lot of questions, clarify all your doubts, and also have a great meal. See you. Very important thing I forgot before. If I got a hammer, it's to be used. So I'm closing the plenary now. We will open it again at 3. So after all the fun of the plenary, now we need to give space for the seriousness also of the plenary. We have a presentation of a very important proposal for all of you, but mostly for full members that have been suffering the consequences of having a worldwide pandemic. And I guess it's better to let the presenter explain you the proposal. A lot of attention, and please remember that there will be a question round. So add all the questions to the form before we start with the question round. Ready to present?
Could I just get a name of a person who would like to take over the control of the remote?
Is it okay if you do the changes while I indicate it, since I cannot do it from my phone?
Of course, you just do
the click. Okay. Okay, so whenever you're ready. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the first membership-related proposal we have. I am Susanna from LBG Athens, and I'm the VP LGS for the 33rd International Board. And I'm here to present you the proposal to solve issues with full members' obligations stemming from COVID-19. So let's start with a bit of background. As you can imagine, this proposal stems from COVID. We are having some certain issues stemming from COVID. Those are, in 2020, external events such as best courses, BSc, and NARAS, and so on, were cancelled. In JGENT 2020, all the LBGs that had to cancel the courses were relieved of every precaution, and they were also added for seasons. More specifically, all the courses that are happening for spring 2020 and summer 2020. But what about the rest? Will that be the only seasons that need it? Unfortunately, external events are cancelled indefinitely due to the pandemic outbreak. We cannot really estimate when international events will start again. And therefore, we have a very obvious problem that LBGs cannot fulfill responsibilities. So, problem description, talking about responsibilities. You can find those on our regulations, more specifically, regulations on admission and exclusion. It's a document where every membership level is stated of best, and of course, how you can transition to one and another. So more specifically, in Article 5.4 of our regulations on admission and exclusion, or RAE, full members have to organize at least one successful external event every 8 seasons. The full members that fail to organize such an event are proposed for suspension, and it's up to the plenary to decide whether or not they will be suspended. So it's unknown when external events will be possible again, and that really creates a problem. That meaning that until then, LBGs will get proposal for suspension for not organizing an external event, and this is not their fault. This is something that no one could have predicted, and we don't have any way to actually solve it. So yes. So now let's move to the proposal. The change we propose here is that as long as seasons are cancelled due to the pandemic, 4 additional seasons will be granted to each LBG, announced at its last external event in the season that gets cancelled. But what that really means, let's go and see. Let's go make a hypothesis. LBG London organized an event in autumn 2019. It was a successful one, they got the stamp. But as you know, autumn 2020 was cancelled by BEST and they were not able to do it. So if the proposal is to be accepted, 4 additional seasons will be added, started from autumn 2020. LBG London, once they had the last successful event in 2019, they will be expected to have 1 successful event until 2021. That's why we would like to add 4 seasons to extend this period for 1 year and give the possibilities to LBGs to start organizing external events when that is possible. So, implications of the proposal. If accepted, based on the announcement of the last external event, that means when was the last time your LBG had an event done or planned to do and was cancelled. So based on that season, you will be added 4 extra seasons to organize your successful eternal event. And if this proposal is rejected, no extra seasons will be granted. Of course, there are some open issues to think of here. If the proposal is accepted, BEST no longer will have a membership requirement with regard to service delivery. There could be quite many implications with LBGs not organizing services and not delivering to the stakeholders. And of course, there are problems with BEST, and more specifically, let me lay out a question here for you. How can BEST assess an LBG's ability to successfully provide services? Currently, no one will blame you if you cannot provide any services. We are in the middle of a pandemic, of course, but missing quite a few seasons, missing quite a few events, or the possibility of organizing events, then you are also losing the knowledge. And will you be able to successfully provide services once the pandemic is over? And how can BEST make this assessment? And with this final question, I would like to thank you for your attention. And I am here to answer any question that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Susie. So first of all, I would like to share with you how many questions have been asked so far in the form. So right now for this P9 proposal, there are a total of 1, 2, 3, 4 questions. I first wonder if any of those questions, after listening to the presentations, if you want to withdraw your question, if it was already covered. So in that case, just write to me privately saying I cut my question, and that should be fine. I will also give you 1 more minute to think of questions after seeing the presentation that maybe pop up out of the presentation. And then we will start covering the questions that are in the form. Yes, like the form is meant to have 4 questions and 4 statements. So if you just want to share your opinion, but it's not a question for anyone, it's just sharing what you believe it's good or bad to vote for this proposal. Or if you believe that there is some need for some improvement, you can also share it that way. Thank you, Brussels, for the question. Brussels, you will be. Okay. So I guess you had plenty of time to think of questions. If you come up with more questions during this block, just add them to the form. If at any point we run out of questions, I will let you know. And I will ask you if you want to continue the session, just giving more time for people to think of questions, or if you want to cut it. So let's start for the first question I received. It's from LBG Helsinki. I will copy paste the question in the chat, so it's easier for the minute takers to add it to the minutes, and also for everyone to understand what's the question about. The one is coming from LBG Helsinki. Would you like to read yourself, Thomas?
Yeah, I can do that. Thanks. So I was thinking, what's the reasoning behind counting from the last announced external event? Because in my opinion, and also in my LPG's opinion, it would be far more easier for the LPGs and easier for the whole like international best if we would just give all LPGs four seasons to organize event once the whole pandemic situation is over. So as long as we keep canceling seasons, we would like just add 4 seasons to everybody every time we cancel the season.
Thank you very much. Are there any 2 fingers for this question or this comment? Like any LBG can contribute to the discussion, or even the board can also comment on it. So I see 2 fingers from the Voyager, from Susanna.
Yes, thank you for your question. Actually, it's a very good observation, and we also thought it ourselves to the possibility of adding to everyone 4 seasons. For example, now when winter is cancelled, spring is cancelled, everyone has 4 seasons. But for the sake of overviewing the seasons of LBGs, it made more sense at the moment to keep track when was the last event and add addition before. I don't know if that's clear or you would like more explanation.
Okay. Any other comments on this topic? Okay. I see 2 fingers from John De John. I don't know who is John De John and why John De John is not following
I forgot
the convention to name in this event.
Yeah, I forgot to change my name. I'll do it in just a bit. I'm from LBG Leuven and my name is Dieter Reinders.
Yeah, could you speak up?
I'm from LBG Leuven and my
Okay.
name is Dieter Reinders.
Okay.
Does it matter that if different countries come out of lockdown at a different time? That's my question about this.
Okay, so 2 fingers from Susanna.
Well, you have to think that organizing courses is not something an LBG does. It's something that is happening from whole best. For example, since you are from Belgium, maybe you open up earlier, but you are kind of opening to, you need to have participants from all over Europe. So if we have a few countries that are able to open up for traveling and so on, we have to estimate what is best positioned towards traveling, because this will be advertised to our public website and for everyone there to see. Not only people coming from Belgium, for in the specific example, but maybe from other countries that the state is much worse. That's why courses are handled unified with the seasons, because we are representing the whole Europe and of course the whole organization. And if we take a stance by encouraging traveling or not, we should think what is the repercussions to every country as well.
Okay. Any other comments on this topic? Statements, questions? Okay. Then we will move to the next question. Check. Let me copy paste it. So this question is coming from Central Supelec. Would you mind to read the question for everyone? It's Arthur.
Hello. Yes, my question is a bit related with Thomas' question because I don't understand very well how seasons are counted. So, well, my question is specific to my case. But if we made a successful event in spring 2019, then I think spring 2020 was cancelled, and I think in the GA we had 4 more seasons to make a successful event. So if this proposal is accepted, and let's imagine that in spring 2022 we will be able to realize a course, will we have yet 8 seasons to realize a successful event, or how does it work?
Okay.
Okay.
You can reply, Susie.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. I would gladly explain the math, I would say here, trying to kind seasons and 4 and 8. Let's try to think of this as years. So you had in 2019, we had the proposal from Jay Gent stating that you have 4 additional seasons. That actually means 1 more year. So from 2019 until 2021, between those 2 years, you must have organized a successful external event. So now that Spring 20 was also cancelled, 1 additional year or 4 seasons were added. So with the cancellation of 2020, you have until Spring 2022 to organize a successful event. But then again, if actually, I don't want to talk what will happen in spring 2021. We would just like to give the option to every LBG to have those 2 years to do this event, because you might do it the first time, something might go wrong, and then you have the second year to try as well, which is also stated in our regulation in that way. I'm hoping I answered your question.
I was muted and I was talking to myself. So now I see the question is covered. There are 2 fingers from Valencia.
Yes, I have a question related to this, that these 2 years until spring or to 2022 will be if the last event announced and done was spring 2019, even, for example, if we hadn't announced that we were going to do a spring in 2020, I mean in 2021. I don't know if I have explained it properly.
I could use a bit more clarification. What do you mean with 2021?
Okay, that for example, if we haven't announced that we wanted to do a spring course during 2021 because there was cancelled, so we didn't announce it, we will have until 2022 to do a course.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, thank you for your question. Any other comment on this 1 finger? Okay. So let's go to the next question. It will be, okay. Let's take Budapest, but I will copy paste it first, so it's easier for everyone. to follow?
Hi guys,
Okay,
can you hear me?
we can.
Okay, I'm from LBG Budapest, and my question was, what happens if a season is being cancelled before any LBG can announce an event? So, for example, we announced a summer course in the summer, and we have to announce our next summer course in February for the next summer season, and this summer season will be cancelled. What happened before? So if the next summer season will be cancelled before the announcement period, what will happen?
Susanna?
Yes. Let me explain you first. For example, now that we are talking about summer 2021, before the announcement period starts, like even you receive the email in PA, go announce your event, a decision has to be made from the international board whether or not this season will open. This happened for spring. They didn't open any applications. They didn't open any announcement periods because it was decided by BEST that we could not host international events at spring, and therefore we didn't open it in the first place. So if the season is cancelled, then the LBGs don't have to announce anything.
Was it clear?
Yeah, thank you. So if the season is cancelled, the LBGs will get the 4 season extra.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any more comments on this question? I would like to go through the list of OneThinkers I have right now, so you get some idea of how many we have. And you can also think if some other LBG already asked a question before, you can cut your own question. Right now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not so many. Some of them are questions, some of them will be statements. You will see. So for instance, we can take now one statement from LBG Hanya. I will copy paste it, and then Stathis can share it with everyone.
Hello everyone, this is a statement from LBG Hanya. Indeed, the open issues regarding the loss of KEM for the organization are vital, and it's something that we should be concerned about. However, currently we have to do more of the health of each person connect to BEST rather than thinking about KEM. Therefore, we support the approval of the proposal and encourage each of us to think and propose in the regional mailing list ideas on how not to lose the knowledge of these events while staying healthy at the same time.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments on this statement? It's also important for you to remember to use B's and P's. Like instead of saying again the very same thing as some other LBG said, you can just raise your B's and P's. This may also apply to questions. So you have the same question, you can also do B for a question. Okay, thank you very much, Hanya.
You're welcome.
So now I will take a question From Madrid Carlos III. Sergio.
Can you put it on the chat, please?
It's in, shit, I put it privately. I will fix it. Hope they can censor also my swearing.
Okay. So in the presentation, you put the example of VG London, that they had an stamped course on 2019, and if they got cancelled its event on 2020, they will be granted 4 extra seasons, but you have to organize an best course every 8 seasons. So I think this is not necessary, and they will be able to organize it on 2021.
Okay. Susie, do you want to reply? I'm not sure if this is a question. Is
Me
it,
too.
Sergio?
I don't understand the question.
Okay. We have 2 fingers from Erlangen.
Yes. So I think every LBG should get the possibility of 8 seasons where they can organize something. So in this case, they would have only 4 seasons. So they should get those extra 4 seasons, since they would only have 4 seasons left to organize such a course.
Okay. Any more comments? Thessaloniki, 2 fingers.
In this example, does the LBG London have to, no, will they be granted the 4 extra seasons even if they didn't announce the event on the cancelled season, or is it independent?
Okay. You have 2 fingers from the board. Susanna?
Okay. Can I first answer the first 2 fingers? Is it okay?
You can answer both, one after the other.
All right, thank you. So the thing is, why we add 4 extra seasons is because you lost 4 extra seasons. We want you to basically make you start from the same point that you were, instead of adding you 8 seasons, because in that way you will end up with 12. So if you kind of lost the previous year by adding 4 seasons, you balance it out and you start at the same point you were before the pandemic started. So you knew exactly where you were. So if you were at some point at any spring, you had 2 seasons before you, maybe you were from autumn and then you moved to spring. So you can calculate the differences for LBGs that transist seasons. But anyway, you know that your last one was in spring. And since it was the last one that was announced or cancelled or happened, any of those mentioned above, you actually want to skip the pandemic counting seasons. So we have 1 year of the pandemic, then we add 4 seasons, and then you come exactly to the same place you started. Then we have pandemic for another year, again, 4 seasons, and you go exactly to the same place you started. That's why it's only 4 seasons, because we are going with years at the moment. As for the second question, I would like you to repeat it. I don't remember, sorry.
Can you repeat, Marilena?
Yeah, sure. My question was if we have to announce an event that gets cancelled in order to get the extra seasons, or if it is independent from whether we announce it and it gets cancelled or not.
No, you don't have to announce. You will not even receive a notification to announce something if it's cancelled in the first place.
Okay, is it clear now? Next finger I want to take is from Mostar. I will copy paste it. in the chat. And Berin, you can present it.
Okay, thank you. I'm Berin from LBG. I just wanted to make a statement about this whole topic. So I think that we could need to set up another kind of metrics success, because the Susie said, as in the presentation, that we might lose knowledge. So I think that we should need to like customize a little bit more to this pandemic and try to find another options. I write an example, which is for, like, I mean, kids don't even go to school and they don't learn. The same thing goes maybe with knowledge about courses. So I think we could find some option to like customize our needs to organize event. Thank you.
Thank you, Berin. Any comments from the plenary? Yeah, let's say for these ideas that are not as strictly related to the proposal itself, maybe it could be good that you end up proposing some parking lot so you can discuss them deeper and gather ideas on how to solve this problem altogether from other LBGs. Okay. I see B's and no two fingers. So I'm moving on to the next question. That will be again Helsinki. Okay, I see two fingers now. From Jasper.
Yes, my apologies, Jasper from the Voyager. It's a very interesting suggestion, and I recommend you checking out the two adaptations that Vivaldi has created on best courses. So best online courses and best local courses. Both have quite some similarities with best courses, and through organization of these courses, I believe that, like personally, I believe that you can still retain quite some knowledge on the organization of a best course. I would also like to refer here to event recognition. So that's proposed that will be tackled later. And in event recognition, both best online courses and best local courses are included as encouragement of organizing these kind of events.
Thank you, Jasper. Okay. So as I was saying before, I will take now a new question from Helsinki. Thomas, you want to present it?
Yeah. So I'm not 100% sure if I understood everything correctly, like about the counting of seasons and the previous proposal related to this topic proposed in GA 20. But I was thinking, are there certain cases that this proposal could force LBGs to prepare and announce an external event every 4 seasons, counting from the season they last announced an external event? Like, even though the pandemic situation would continue. And this kind of situation could happen if LBG has only 4 seasons left, and the 4th season, the last season they have to organize the external event is the season they get the extra 4 seasons. So this is really complicated, like, but I think this is possible and could happen to some LBGs. And once that's the situation, and if they haven't prepared and announced the external event, and suddenly the pandemic is over and the season doesn't get cancelled, they will be proposed for suspension because they didn't have time to announce their event before the season cancellation or not cancelling the season. And also, this is kind of related to the last proposal or the statement I made, that maybe there would be simpler ways to kind of count the seasons than this proposal.
Thank you, Thomas. So we have first 2 fingers from Kiev.
Yeah, I have a similar question, but I was trying to formulate it correctly. So I wanted to add that for my LBG, for example, we require up to 6 months to organize an external event. And since, as I understand, summer 2021 is like the last time for LBGs to organize an external event due to this extension, some LBGs may not be able to announce it in winter because it takes up to 6 months. So if an LBG doesn't have enough resources at the time, and then this season will be in place, it won't be cancelled. So then I agree with the speaker before me that the LBG will be suspended, even though half a year ago the situation was much worse and they didn't have resources to organize an external event.
Thank you, Anastasia. Now it's time for Paris Polytechnique for their 2 fingers.
Yes. What I wanted to say is that I think the next season will take extra time to prepare, as there are sanitary measures that we have to organize. And I mean, for example, in our case, people always sleep in the same room, so it's like we cannot do that even if the pandemic is over. I think there will still be measures that we have to respect at school. So is there any way we can have either more time or help of other LBGs, or I don't know, to deal with this?
Thank you for your question. I have the feeling some of those 2 fingers are becoming some sort of 1 fingers. So try to keep your 2 fingers quite on the topic and mostly replies to the question that is being asked. Because now Susie will need to reply to many questions at the same time. It's your time to shine.
Awesome. Okay, so from what I understood, the first question was, let's say that you will not be able to the time left. Maybe it will be easier if we give examples at the moment. Let's say that right now is 2021, and usually before PM, around October, we have announcement for spring. So let's say we don't have any corona, so you can go with it. By October, you should be able to know that you should organize the course. So you have plenty of time to put the effort in it. Like because this is how it's stated in Vivaldi Handbook, and providing you all the time you need. Even before that, the announcement of the board, if the season is cancelled, comes before the announcement of the seasons. So you have to think that it's not that short of a time frame that you might think. And this is coming to how you can actually be prepared. I will give 2 fingers to Yusuf, maybe it's on the topic, and then I will continue with the rest of the questions.
Should I go?
Go for it.
Okay. I'm not sure if I can formulate my thoughts perfectly, but I think there's a misunderstanding on some concepts of the proposal. In general, this is not a proposal that adds any new rule or regulation. It only provides more flexibility. So the case you had before, it only adds you more 4 seasons. For example, it doesn't say that if you don't organize 4 seasons, you will get suspended or whatever. You have the same rights as before. Like an LBG organized in 2019 can also go for summer or for autumn. It can go 5 and 6. This is the same as this time as well. And yeah, that's what I get for now. I might come back.
Thank you, Joseph. Did this comment help you to understand better this proposal? Okay. Let me check if there are any extra 2 fingers.
Yes.
Susanna again. Go for it.
Yes, I agree with what Yosif says. We, in a way, in a very magic way, we would like to put the year of Corona in a parenthesis and just keep going from where you were. This is just flexibility to regulations. So you won't get the proposal for suspension if you don't organize a course in spring, which you are not able to do because announcement period is not even open. Then I think there was also a comment about what if you don't have, let's say, the 8 seasons, but you have less seasons than before. Like, for example, if LBG London was not suspended, it was not stamped in 2019, that means that they only have 4 more to do it. So in the same example, last successful event of LBG London might be at autumn 2018. So this has nothing to do with Corona. They didn't manage to provide a successful event. No, in 2019 they didn't manage to provide. 2019 they were fine. 2019 they didn't manage to do it. Now in 2020 they cannot do it. So by the cancellation, of course, we are adding 4 seasons to them to do it. Let's say autumn 2021 can happen. That will be indeed their last chance for them to do it. But this is because they are carrying the missed seasons because of their non-stamping before. And in that way, we would like to keep it fair. Like LBGs that have had the stamping have the additional seasons and they have the more flexibility. But there are LBGs that didn't manage to get that stamp and they will be more pressured to do it. We cannot just give them more seasons because it will not be fair to the other LBGs, right? We all have to follow the same rules. If you don't do a course, you may either be monitored or in 2 years suspended. So it was also one of the reasons when I mentioned overview in the beginning, why not add 4 seasons every cancelled? It will be very hard to keep an overview of your past situation. I mean, nothing changed with Corona. It's just we have some troubles of organizing things, but your past situation still affects you.
Okay. Are there any more 2 fingers? Good. See, 2 fingers from Helsinki.
So do you think it would be fair? Well, we don't know how long the current situation might continue. And if it continues for a long time, multiple years, and LBGs would be still carrying the kind of burden of the old not stamped course from the 5 years ago or something like that, would it be still fair in your opinion?
Susie, want to reply?
Sorry, I was in my phone. I'm very terribly sorry. My
It's okay,
deepest
we
apologies.
understand technicalities, problems. Go for it.
Yes. So the thing is, I cannot make that estimation what might happen in 2-3 years. That's very far in the future. I can only assume by the estimations we currently have that it will probably be over in 1.5, 2 years. So if it's only this is the time frame we are talking about, yes, it seems fair. The lifespan of a bestie is 2 years, and you can do other things to keep the knowledge and keep the motivation, everything. So for the current estimation I am making, of course, in the future, we have this for forever. Maybe we should even think of removing it from our regulations altogether and not have courses there, because that is the first problem, that we have it in our regulations and LBGs will get proposal for suspension.
Any more comments on this? Just go, Tolga. It's fine. Okay, if I see no more 2 fingers, sorry. Yossi, go with your 2 fingers.
Yeah. Okay. So, Susan, can you repeat the last thing you said because I forgot my point?
I was saying that if it's gonna last more, maybe we
Okay.
should review our regulations.
Now you can go.
Now I can go. Okay, basically, I want to say this thing. Well, if we see that this situation continues for 2-3 years, then that means that the membership criteria we have doesn't make sense. Of course, it doesn't make sense to have courses. So this will be changed in a new way if we see that the permanent change in the membership criteria is needed. And yeah, this is permanently hoping that it will end. And if it doesn't end in a few years, then it requires a bigger change.
Thank you, Joseph. Any more two fingers on this topic? Okay. Review how many questions are left to be asked. Okay. Right now it's 3 questions left. So I believe we can proceed with those ones. If you feel like we are asking too many questions and we are going over and over again through the same topics, remember you can show this go faster sign. And this will help me to understand that you want to move on to the next proposal. I will clear them all and I will ask you in general, like, would you like to continue asking questions and taking those 2 fingers that are missing? That means you press go faster. Do you want to take those 2 fingers and then I ask you again? Just press go slower. If you cannot press buttons because your Zoom account is, no, just Zoom is too old, just let the rest of the plenary decide for you. Yeah, those buttons are next to the list of participants, just in case you didn't use Zoom all that much. Right now, we are supposed to be 128 participants, and barely 30 voted. So I guess we can give some more time for you to vote. Okay. So around 45 LBGs, or at least participants, voted. Almost 3 out of 4 voted that they want to move on to the next proposal. So big majority wins, of course. This voting of 3 fingers is only for LBG delegates, just in case you wonder. And the fingers that were missing to be taken were Brussels ULB, LBG Krakow, and Madrid Carlos III. So I encourage those people and anyone else that may still have questions to approach the board. They will enable some communication platform for you to have an easier time to approach them during coffee breaks and so. You will get some announcement later on with all the details once it's ready. So thank you very much for your time, for your questions, for sharing your concerns and raising them up. Also, if you have some ideas on some other ways of solving those problems, please do propose some parking lot topics. So I see some question from Zagreb that they may accept only statements. If it's fine that for you, but I see a lot of B's, I will go through the fingers, check which ones are statements, and just take the statements and not take any 2 fingers any longer. Is it cool for you? Okay. So we have a statement from Brussels ULB. I will copy paste it in the chat.
Yep. Hello, everyone. First, sorry for not describing my statements really precisely in the chat, but it's just that I haven't prepared it, so it's not really well shaped. But let's say that it's about knowledge management, and I would share something that I feel like is that we are the people and the besties that are facing the COVID situation right now. And on the same hand, we are the ones that know how to organize a best course. And if the pandemic lasts for 2 years, or let's say, most of us will be alumni or whatever. And I feel like it is our responsibility to do this knowledge management and to be sure that the next generation of besties know how to organize courses. I really feel like it is our responsibility and not something that BEST needs to manage. It's not about BEST as an organization, it's really about besties and their relations to the events we are organizing. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you very much for your statement. Checking the list of questions, I see one more statement. I assume you also want to hear it. So in this case, it's from LBJ Madrid Carlos III. You can go for it, Sergio.
Okay, thanks. So in the last GA, we approved this proposal, the force majeure proposal. And we think that this proposal can fulfill the problems that the proposal we are discussing about now aim to cover. So we don't think this is a necessary proposal. And if I can read you like the force majeure proposal that is for temporary and uncontrollable external factors that limit activities of BEST, like the coronavirus. So the international board can relieve any member or observer of BEST from fulfilling any specific responsibility. So we think that this is it.
Okay. Thank you, Sergio. I'm not sure if these reactions are from now or from before. I will clear them all and let you react again. So I saw there's yet one more statement coming from LBJ Yash. I said I will not take any more 2 fingers. So sorry, Joseph.
Yeah, can you also paste the statement in chat for everybody to see?
Yeah, I will, as long as the LBJs want to hear it. Are you up for hearing that last statement? Okay, it seems they are looking forward for it. So here I paste it. Maybe it's better if I wait for them to stop having this.
Wait a second, it's pasted privately.
Or maybe it's even better because you will not lose it. But I will paste it for everyone. So the minute takers can also see it. Okay?
Okay.
You can go for it.
Can you hear me? Okay, perfect. So we believe that this proposal can be improved since there is an immense uncertainty regarding the COVID situation, as COVID can change the entire situation of a country and LBG in a matter of about 3 months. We believe that forcing the LBGs to prepare every year for an event only to be canceled is kind of a bad idea since it wrecks the motivation of the members, and it happens that people will leave because of this decision. And we believe that LBGs should be added the season that were canceled to the original season they had left to organize an event, up to a maximum of 4 extra. For example, if an LBG had an event in winter and spring, summer, and autumn is canceled, but winter is not, they would only have 5 seasons left, whereas the LBGs in autumn would have 8, which doesn't exactly seem fair for everybody. So we believe that they should also have the 3 that were canceled, and that will clear a lot of misunderstanding and will allow the LBGs to prepare for a season properly instead of being forced to scramble for resources to add an event. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Catania. So there are no more fingers, okay, statements in the finger list. But since this proposal is coming from the board, I would like them to have a final say. So they may also answer some of your doubts that you were sharing in the statements. Who will do the statement? Johannes?
Yes, well, in these final statements, I think we have heard some things that might not be in line with what is actually in the proposal. So maybe it would be good if we could have them in VIP or something, so that it's more clear for everyone, and then we could check out if they actually form a problem, and if not, point out where exactly the misunderstanding might be. I think that would be good.
Thank you. So if the LPGs agree, we can move those statements to the VIP forum. So you can further discuss in there. So by the time you arrive to the voting part, you will have a clear idea of what to vote on. And maybe you can even come up with ideas for amendments or counter proposals during that discussion. Okay. Thank you, everyone. I believe you all deserve some big applause because it was like quite so many questions and quite such a long discussion, the longest one so far in this PM. So Dino, may we get some applause? Now I feel ready. Do you have any announcements,
Is the
Dino?
applause being heard?
Yes, it was. I also heard some Mario song. Do you have any announcements to make, Dino?
Not for now.
Okay. So I believe you deserve some nice rest after this session. We will meet again. Let me check. At 5 p.m. So the ones taking minutes, please make sure you arrive a bit earlier. And for everyone, get some nice rest and see you later. I close the plenary. I want to hear some voices. Can you give me some screams?
Yep, we can hear you
Hey,
perfectly fine.
Hey, Paco.
Hey, not alone.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey. Let me make you
Wonderful.
louder, guys.
Yeah. Thank you. Maybe you muted too many people. So now we are back. We will have yet one more proposal presented by the board. Who will be presenting it? Okay. Yeah, I really liked the previous blog, how you were quite active with the questions. And whenever you felt like you had enough information, you were free to show three fingers, and you did. So continue with this approach, and you will most probably be able to make very good decisions and even improve all these proposals that are being presented. And later on, after this session, we'll have some announcement that I was making some teaser before, but it will come to you later. So if the board is prepared and ready to present.
Yes, we are very much so. A very good evening, everyone. I am Jasper Rotz, Vice President for Services at the Voyager.
And I am Susanna Mihailidze, Vice President for Local Group Support. Today, we would like to present you the proposal to include local and online services in membership criteria for the next year. So, let's go. Let's start with the background and the problem description. So, as you all know, we have some problems originated from COVID. More specifically, external events are cancelled indefinitely due to the pandemic outbreak. But that leads to LBG's low activity. An LBG that usually does a course, now they don't have to do it, they cannot do it, obviously, for reasons that we cannot control. But this is contributing to the very low activity that the LBG have. I would like here to talk a bit why local activity is important for BEST. Let's emphasize here that there are benefits for LBGs, the ones that organizing local events, but of course there are plenty benefits from BEST as well. Because by organizing local events for your stakeholders, you contribute to BEST mission and vision. You provide services to the stakeholder, and you are becoming a strong member. Strong members can contribute to the organization. And I really want to remind you here that BEST, it's its members, and it's as strong as the members are. Yes, I'm sorry. There is no official encouragement from BEST to organize BEST courses. If you look about it, there's no regulations, there is no requirements, anything. Nor either are inclined anyone from BEST side saying, hey, please do as many as possible BEST events. Unfortunately, no. So with COVID, such encouragement is even more important to encourage LBGs to actually organize something on their own. And of course, we have to deal with the problem of the regulations, the problem we find in the regulations. As mentioned in the previous proposal, full members have to organize a BEST course or BEST symposia or every 8 seasons. So you have to do one external event for every 8 seasons. Right now, no service organization is possible to fulfill the responsibilities as full members of BEST, because without doing courses, you don't have any obligation regarding membership criteria. But here is the question that we should all think about. How can best estimate the sustainability of full members and give them purpose? Maybe it's something that we should do as an organization, inspire our members to organize more things and contribute to our network, our mission and vision, and our identity. Of course, when LBGs don't have a purpose, obviously there are some issues generated. There could be lack of motivation, loss of members, and loss of knowledge on events organization. All of those things can be gone when you don't have something to do. That's why we believe that local services can solve those issues, and it's something that we should focus our attention. I think next slide, I think it's a mistake. Yes.
So then let's take a look at the proposal that we have for you. We would like to make one clear change, namely that all full members of BEST will have the obligation, the encouragement to organize a local or online event. And all of this based and in accordance with the event recognition handbook that we have created. I'd like to go first into that event recognition handbook before going more in depth in the proposal. So the event recognition handbook contains a couple of elements. The most important part are the requirements that we believe that local services and those online services should comply with in order to be recognized. And hence, in order to be accepted as fulfillment of that changed membership criterion. There are two types of requirements. Basic requirements are requirements that apply to all kinds of local services. They are there to get more insight in the events that have been organized by LBGs, to analyze the results. How many people did actually participate? How did the participants actually find that service experience? And then there are also some other reasons, like providing materials for best use, like the pictures, to be compliant with GDPR, etc., etc., etc. Everything like more in depth can be found in the document itself. There are also specific requirements per service category, that is. In total, we have identified 7 categories, and all of them are mostly to get insight in those specific events. There's one big exception to this idea of just getting insight in an event, and that is for best online courses. So it is our belief that whenever one LBG is organizing a service to the students of a university of another LBG, that we have to require some additional things, some additional quality management requirements to make sure that other LBG won't damage the image of BEST and the image of those other LBGs. Hence, for best online courses, we have included a little bit more requirements than for other events. Looking back at the proposal, the exact change, if accepted by the plenary, is that full members will be required to have one local or online service recognized in the period from the 1st of December 2020 till the 30th of November 2021. And if during that period an LBG does not get a local or online service recognized, then it can be proposed for suspension. If rejected, then nothing will really happen. A consequence, if this proposal gets accepted, is that a body will be established by the international board, and this body will be in charge of this recognition process. The body itself will also be supervised by the international board. And then there are also some open issues. Very important here. This is a very new concept that we are immediately going to implement. Hence, we believe that it's very important to evaluate it properly. And also right now, during this event and even after that event, if we see the need to make some adaptation, to also make that adaptation. There are different opportunities now through amendments, later VIP and GA and so on, to make those changes in order to make sure that the handbook and the requirements are those most suitable for this kind of activity. And then if there's a positive impact, then the idea to make it permanent can definitely be explored. That was a presentation from our side. We are looking forward to all the questions that you might have.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation. Back in my day, I remember we were discussing about this kind of local events and online events back in was services workshop Ghent. I'm hearing myself down. No, I'm hearing myself again. Yeah. You will need to use headphones. Can you fix that? I'm getting feedback. That's not the kind of feedback I want. Thank you, Dino. So nobody was expecting to have a pandemic. And back in those early days, we were thinking, no, it's cool, but not cool enough to have it invest. But now I see that it might be worth having this kind of events, and it may save the assets of many LBGs that are now struggling to find something to organize. And it was just 4 years ago that we had no clue this kind of thing could happen. So now, once again, I want you to take some time to think of questions. At the moment, let me check again the list. We have for this block total of 12 questions / statements. So if you feel that's enough, you may stop. If you feel that the presentation was covering something that you wanted to ask, feel free to ping me to say that you want to cut your finger, and we will cut the question. We will not cut your finger because you're too far away to cut your finger. Good enough. Okay. So I think we can start with the first question. So it will be Lucas from Erlangen. Get ready while I copy paste the question. And send it to the delegates.
Yes. So this is basically what I said already in the morning. The question is, does this also account, or does do events on a national level also count for this? Meaning, for example, if we from Erlangen would organize some event together with the other German LBGs, would this then be recognized as one of those events?
Okay. I assume there will always be an answer from the board for every question you ask. So who is answering from the board?
I will be answering.
Go, Jasper.
This is actually an excellent question, and I'm afraid that at the moment we also don't have a really clear answer to this question. So I can tell you the following things. For local events, like events organized for just one university, it is clear those can be recognized. Then for events that of which one LBG is actually the service provider for the students of other LBGs without the actual real involvement of those other LBGs, think of the way that best courses usually work. One LBG organizes a best course, but the other LBGs really don't have any say in how that event is organized. For these kind of events, yeah, we kind of need more stricter regulations, stricter requirements in order to make sure that the network is properly protected and those other LBGs are properly protected. And at this moment in time, we don't seem it's possible for us to define adequate criteria for all the possible events that LBGs might actually organize. So for those, our position is no, those won't be recognized. However, you mentioned here a very specific case of 3 LBGs working together and all of them being involved in the organization. So you could kind of see it as 3 LBGs all organizing a local service, but just doing that together. And that's actually a very interesting case to which I don't yet have a very clear answer at the moment. So as a board, we would really like to take this opportunity, this platform that PM is, to further explore this and to see what kind of answer that at the end of this week, we will actually be able to give to that, to make sure that this kind of events could possibly be recognized.
Okay. I saw there was 2 fingers from Frankfurt, but they are cut. So if there are no other comments, I will find the next finger. It'll be Florian from Brussels. Let's see the question. No, okay, sorry, we have 2 fingers from Athens. Let's take them.
Well, thank you. Isn't that kind of the same case with national backgrounds, where only the hosting LBG gets stamped?
Jasper, you want to answer?
Yes. So for those national and regional rounds, there it is clear that it's one LBG providing a service to the participants of students of other universities, of other LBGs, and those kind of events won't be recognized, or that's not our intent to be recognized. So they don't belong to that one specific category of services that we kind of still need to further explore to see what's going to happen. For now, our position is that national regional rounds won't be recognized. For the record, stamping exists for national regional rounds, so they are covered there.
Was there a question covered, Damas? Okay. So, checking again. We have no more 2 fingers. So I was already announcing that Florian from Brussels will speak, but I will need to copy first the question. Here it is. Okay, there it is.
Yes, so thank you. So my question is, so with this addition that was done earlier today to this proposal, there was this extra category for other kinds of events. Now I would like you to clarify a bit more because how broad this these kind of events could be. Like, for example, for our LBG, our main focus after the whole pandemic, or after this wave at least of the pandemic, will be to focus on recruitment related events. And my question is, can this be included into this others section? That's the, because that would be important for us to know. Thank you.
Okay, you can reply, Jasper.
As for this question, I don't have a specific answer that covers all aspects. However, I can tell you that all possible events can be proposed to the recognition body for recognition. So you can do that then in advance before actually organizing it, so that you're fully aware of that. And then it will be further explored whether it can be recognized or not. So important for all of these events will have to contribute to the purpose and the aim of BEST. For recruitment events, like specifically recruitment, then the question is how much value do you actually add by having this event to our stakeholders then, especially in light of BEST vision and mission, and that is really something that will have to be considered later on by the recognition body. But you can for sure propose it to be recognized if all the other requirements are fulfilled, like number of working hours, etc.
Okay.
I would like to keep questions and answers as short as possible. We've only already been for 20 minutes and we only covered 2 questions. So there's 2 fingers from LBG Brussels. Go for it.
Yep. Hello, Yannick from LBG Brussels.
Brussels ULB, sorry.
Yeah, Brussels ULB.
I got you confused.
yeah, I got confused. Yes, so I just wanted to share an idea. I think that one of the criteria for these local events are to gain insights. So maybe if you do a recruitment event where the people you're aiming at gain just insights and knowledge about, like, let's say, private area or the functioning of BEST, maybe it can be an idea. But I just wanted to share this.
Okay. Jasper.
A clarification? Yes. In the presentation, it was indeed meant that those requirements were there to get insight. That is, from BEST sites, we want to get insight in the event. We want to know what is the actual event. There's, for example, the requirement of the schedule. We want to know what kind of activities did you actually offer. It is not about the event has to give insight to the participants or so in BEST related things.
Okay. Is it more clear now? Good.
Yeah, it is clear.
So if we have no more 2 fingers, we can go to Gabi from LBG Krakow.
Hi, can you hear me?
Is your question?
I
saw you have 2 questions, so this is one of them.
Yes, I know. Can you hear me though? Is my
Yeah.
mic working? Okay, perfect. So I'm just going to read what I wrote there, and if it's not clear, I can just like comment a little bit more. So let's say a local group wants to organize a best course and they only have human resources and financial resources enough to do so, and then season gets canceled. Meanwhile, they weren't working on any local/online external events that could be recognized by the Event Recognition Handbook because they were focusing on organizing a course. What happens then? Theoretically, this LBG should be proposed for suspension for not fulfilling the criteria, even though they were still planning on organizing a best course. We need to remember that some LBGs only organize a course every year as their external event and don't do much locally except from internal events. And from what I understood now, all of them will be proposed for suspension next year. And this is something that like confuses me a lot.
You have two fingers from Erlangen?
Yeah, as far as I understood, this is an extra criterion that we have to fulfill on top of the other one. So you best should also, in addition to, I don't know, if you're planning a course, plan an online/local event, right?
Jasper, can you confirm? You are muted. I don't know if you're talking or not. But Jasper, we cannot hear you.
Susie will take this question.
Oh, okay, sorry. Susie?
Yes, exactly. It's an additional criterion. Like imagine like we didn't have the pandemic, then it will be a course plus my local event. But I would like to give a small briefing about why. Talking about LGSI, local group support, I can say that LBGs that don't have any local activity and they only do a course, they have probably some internal issues going on. And looking at the local activity of an LBG is one thing that you do first when you become LGS, RA, doctor, any kind of tool that is regarding helping LBGs. It will be one of the first thing you would look. And you can understand so many things about the sustainability and the situation of the group. That's why it's quite important talking about LGS side, of course.
Thank you, Susie. So we have fingers from Krakow.
Yeah, because I mean, I'm aware that you probably know a lot more about LBGs than I do. But from like what I understood and what I communicated with some of my friends from other LBGs, there is some LBGs who only organize courses. And during the year, they do local events, but they're internal events. So they focus on like integrating their members and having fun and everything. And throughout the year, they only work on the course, and this is what they mainly focus on. And so right now, I understand that they will be in a really bad position because on top of organizing a course, they would have to make up something to do local and external. So I feel like there might be some like issues stemming from this proposal.
Thank you, Gabby. Any other two fingers? We have two fingers from LBG Ghent.
I think that if you are in an LBG that normally only organizes a course and an internal event, then either way, you're now forced to do a different external event, because how are you going to get members if your only source of members is then the course? Because if you don't do any normal external events beside the course, then I don't see how you can attract new members, to be honest.
Okay, we have two fingers from Susanna from the board.
And to add on that, because maybe you can find other ways to recruit internally, but how are you going to make money? I haven't encountered one LBG that is fine without having any money. That would be amazing. But we have to be realistic here. You can do as much as you have in your bank account. And if you only focus internally, how exactly are you going to make money? And how are you going to spread your identity and your visibility in the university? How are you going to get support from anyone?
Are there any other comments on this point? We have two fingers from LBG Graz, and then two fingers from LBG Delft.
LBG Graz, as far as I see it, courses are indefinitely cancelled right now. And I don't really see why an LBG would focus so much on organizing a course right now when there's no realistic way that it's going to happen. So in my opinion, there's more than enough time to focus on local events and online events that will be even more fruitful for the organization and the LBG, because there's a realistic option that it's going to happen. Why focus on the course in that situation?
Thank you very much, LBG Graz. So Delft, you want to have your two fingers?
Yes, hi. Okay, so directly to answer to Susie, when it comes to the financial resources, I think there is also a lot of the lunch lectures going on and other things that the LBGs are organizing, which might not be recognized according to the recognition handbook. So I don't fully support the statement that the Best International should use the obligation as encouragement from the LBGs, because they are working in a different ways. And you are not allowed to understand every single LBG and its internal processes. So please keep it in mind.
Thank you, LBG Delft. So we have two more fingers. Okay, from Jasper from the board.
So the reference, thank you. The reference was made here to a kind of service that was organized by an LBG. At this moment in time, I strongly encourage you that if there are these kind of services that are actually being provided, but that are non-compliant with the current version of Event Recognition Handbook, that you share these events as clearly as possible with the board and with your fellow delegates. It is now at this moment that they can really be taken into account, and that we can see whether it's needed to change some things to event recognition to also take these events into account. So then you can use VIP, for example, to share these concepts and state, yeah, at the moment it's not compliant, but we think that this should be able to get recognized.
Okay, I see two fingers from LBG Krakow, but so far we covered 3 questions and there are still 8 in the list, and more might be added later on. Would you like to take more 2 fingers on this question? Reply yes. You don't want to take more? Reply no. Yeah, I hope I'm not messing it up, just changing the buttons, but those buttons were accumulating quite some dust. Okay, I see the plenary is quite divided, so I will just take these 2 fingers and then we move on to the next question.
Okay, I'll be quick. I just wanted to reply to Anna from Graz. I just wanted to say that, like right now, we have a lot of additional seasons. And for example, if an LBG wants to work on organizing a course in autumn, and this is the only thing they focus on, they can kind of fuck up and not focus on anything local, because for now, autumn 2021 wasn't canceled yet, right? And so this is something that I only wanted to notice. I don't know how every LBG works, but this is something that was concerning me, and this is why I brought it up. So just please keep it in mind that like long-term solution might be a little bit different.
Thank you, Krakow. So now we will move on to 1 more finger coming from Graz. So let me share their finger.
Hello, can I go?
Go for it.
Okay, LBG Graz. So this is more of a bit of a technicality slash something that should be added in our opinion. So after the change in the Event Recognition Handbook .4 on the general requirements, went from the event has to have 3 working hours per participant to the event has to offer 3 working hours per participant. We think that general requirements .5 should also be changed to the product of the number of participants and the number offered the number of offered working hours has to be at least 100, so that it's in alignment, and the reasons are the same as the reasons that were stated to change point 4.
Thank you, Graz. Remember that we will have a form collecting amendments for our proposals and documents, so you can submit it as soon as you're ready for it. Are there any two fingers for this proposal, for this question? Not two fingers. So we will go back to Krakow. Let me copy paste the question.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask another question. Was the event recognition handbook consulted with any LBG representatives? If not, based on what was it created? I just want to know what was behind all the idea.
If I'm allowed, Paco.
Sure. Go for it.
Thank you. For the events recognition handbook, so was created by the international board, then also consulted with the department coordinators and the program coordinators. It was not explicitly communicated to the LBGs because we have now president's meeting and PM preps and so on, like the whole month, 1.5 months actually, to take all of your opinions into account. That being said, know that most people that now are coordinator or that are now in the international board, they can also be seen as LBG representative because they have spent some years being locally involved, and they can also therefore share how it is to manage a local best group.
Okay. One comment from Susanna.
To give even more background, the idea came up from board summer meeting. In summer IPF, we had a session where we asked if it was to happen, what would be the requirements you would put to the events recognition handbook, the different categories that might be possible. So we had the whole thing. It was also published in PA. And then again, since you mentioned LBG representatives, the RAs were also aware of the situation, and it was also, I also asked for the opinion as they know the situation in the regions. So we didn't actually have time if we wanted to present it now in PM, because we think it's imperative to do it now because it's still the beginning of the pandemic. If we do it in GA, then there is maybe we will have vaccine by winter. So what will be actually the value there? We thought it was imperative to do it now, since we are beginning our mandates, and also to tell the LBGs what they're expected to do. It's at the beginning of most of the board mandates, and you also want to know what you have to do. That's why it had to be now. Actually looking for publishing to LBGs out and asking feedback, unfortunately, we did not have time. But we asked any other possible team, group, body, whatever we could think of.
Thank you, Susanna. Going back to the fingers. We are covered with this question. See no more two fingers. So we can go to a question from the bridge by Sana. I will copy paste it first, as usual. Wait for it. There it is. Sana, you ready?
Hi, everyone. Yes. As is mentioned, this is a totally new concept that has not been tested before. We are a bit concerned that this really needs to be sufficiently reviewed in the future. How will you ensure that?
Okay. Jasper, you can answer.
So I'll try to tackle this question in a couple of steps. First of all, I would like to clarify to the bridge and then also to all other delegates that at the moment in the event recognition handbook, very basic requirements are mentioned, like sending the schedule and so on. I believe that most of the events, all the events should actually have a schedule. So it's not like utterly world requirements that have been mentioned there. And it's because of the basicness of these requirements that we feel confident that we can already put this immediately in practice. Now, that being said, we are very well aware that what we have now that is imperfect, that changes have to be made to that. You can just take a look at the Vivaldi handbook, at eBay handbook. Like these handbooks are at versions 4, versions 8, version 6, my apologies. So they have been reviewed many of times. And at some moment in time, it was also just the first step. Now, we as the Voyager, we are very interested in really evaluating, working with this concept, seeing what can be improved, what has to be improved. Specifically, we are going to look at different cases where recognition would not be possible. Like now already during PM, we're doing that during these kind of discussions. Also later on, when reports will be submitted by LBGs and we would see that requirements are violated and so on, this kind of information will be posted by us and will not be just be like, okay, that event is not recognized, but we will reflect on should that event actually have been recognized and can we then make a change. And if we see the need to make these kind of changes, then we would be very willing to make amendments now already during this PM, but also later on in VIP or in GA. There are many different occasions for us to actually make those amendments. And then an idea could have been to first have a testing phase, so in a safe environment, to see how that's going to be instead of immediately connecting to the membership cases, membership criteria. However, we believe that testing is way more efficient by putting it immediately in practice, because then you have the involvement of all of those LBGs. You have immediately 100 cases actually that you can use to test it, and that would actually lead to way more useful and fruitful input and evaluation than would else be the case.
Thank you, Jasper. I want to remind everyone to try to keep questions and answers as simple for everyone to understand and as short as possible, because we're also limited in time. Like we are already receiving some feedback, and some of you mentioned that breaks are like too long, but those breaks are long for this kind of discussions. So in case this session goes over time, it will not affect the following session. So I see no more fingers in the list, no more 2 fingers in the list. So we'll vote for 1 finger from Carlinhos. Sergio?
Okay. So with this proposal, you're assuming that LBGs can get demotivated for not organizing any local online event, but you are not taking into account that some other LBGs will also get demotivated for being obligated to organize this type of events between these dates and during COVID. And I think this can lead to poor or low quality events, even though they could get recognized just to fulfill this criteria, and hence a bad image of the LBG. And I think that it could be better to not organize this type of events than a low quality or poor event.
Okay, let's see. Some 2 fingers and some reactions from the LBGs. So first 2 fingers comes from Erlangen, and then it will go for Rosa.
Yeah, then my question is, if you can't organize any external events and you don't want to organize any online or local events, then what kind of events do you organize? Then you organize nothing. And I think the reason for this is that you at least organize something, meaning local or online events, so that you have some activity in your LBG. So makes not much sense to me.
Thank you, Lucas. So now 2 fingers from Rosov.
Yep. Hello, I hope you can hear me. Actually, I've got a very similar statement like in the topic, so I would like to send it to you. I would like to read it. So like we find that during those hard times where many LBGs are struggling with example given during successful recruitment, or keeping the local group alive, adding them as to organize an event that is strictly.
Christian, I will need to cut you. My statements are to be sent through the form. I don't know if you did or not, but just send it through the form and you will get your time to share it. And if, let's say, it's already the same content as what Lucas said, you can just do thumbs up and we save some time. Is it cool for you? Thank you for your understanding. Are there any other two fingers? Okay. Susanna, please.
Yes, I would like to just clarify something instead to understand each other better. We don't want to enforce people to do things. Actually, you are not enforced to do anything. You just chose to be best, and best had already some current rules. We want to encourage you to do that. This is the core of the proposal here. We would like to encourage you as much as possible to do those local events because it will benefit you most of all. Really, not really best, not anyone international involved, but it will benefit your LBG so much. I have been trying to find a way to make this appealing to you. And unfortunately, some members only work by rules. I'm not fan of rules, but this is what we have. And only people know is rules, and I have to do this and I have to do that. But all I want to do is for you to be healthy. Believe me, this is my ultimate goal. I don't want anything else. I really don't care. Don't care. Okay, of course I care. But it's not my business. It's your business. I would like to see best with strong members and all of them being aware and active in the organization, providing services and providing everything that best stands for the stakeholders. I mean, I really love best and I would like everyone to provide what best can to everyone. This is just an idea to encourage you as much as possible and recognize your effort because you are putting a lot of effort to do those events, even if you have to or not, even if it's a recruitment event, for everything. You just, we want this to recognize you and make you guys, good job. It was amazing. And we want to pat in your back. I'm sorry, I got a bit emotional.
Okay, thank you for your very emotional words. Okay, I will clear all the reactions just in case you are feeling you're talking for too long. I see some hearts as well, or ice creams and threes, I'm not sure. We have three two fingers for this point. If at any point you feel like your fingers are covered, you just cut them. So we have Zagreb, then Madrid Carlos III, and then Hanya. So Anya from Zagreb goes first.
I understood Susie maybe incorrectly, but she said that the international best isn't obliging LBGs to organize a local or online event, but it's literally set, like it's written in the proposal. So I know it's like the aim is to support, but it's also like obligations for LBGs. Or did I understand incorrectly?
Want to answer, Susie?
Well, yes, some people perceive a regulation as guidelines as what to do, others perceive them as obligations. That really depends on the people in the LBG. But the idea is to put some content, give you some value, and usually how LBGs work is about their membership situation, unfortunately.
Thank you. So now we have two fingers from Carlinhos. Sergio?
If you want to encourage a local best group, I don't think that the way to encourage is to make it compulsory. I know you said that LBGs work by rules, but some other LBGs don't work by rules. And I think that they can still get demotivated for being obligated to organize this type of events.
And we have 2 fingers from Graz, and then Yash.
Just a quick statement. Like obligation has such a bad connotation to it, but what even are we if we don't organize anything? And what's really the difference if you have to organize a course or a local/online event? Does it really change something for the LBG? Like the end of the day?
I mean, you have to, sorry if I can also add something. We already have the obligation to make a course every 2 years, and some LBGs or many LBGs even exceed that by having a course every year. And that's also an obligation. And if you don't fulfill that, you become suspended. So it's in that regard, we can't do courses right now. And this is an alternative, but we still have to do something. I mean, we can't just wait until autumn because we will just lose all our members, because what we will do then the rest of the time.
And just to wrap this up real quick, doesn't there have to be like at least some indication of whether or not LBG is sustainable or not? Because at the end of the day, if there's nothing to ensure what's going on in the LBGs, we're just an organization with a bunch of groups and nobody really knows what they're doing because courses are not happening. The other things aren't obligatory. And what's happening then, you know? Obligation sounds bad, but at the end of the day, it's just a way to ensure that this is sustainable and that all of this even makes sense to the outside world and to us as well. Like we'd have to have an identity.
Thank you, Graz. Now I have the word for Jasper.
I'd like to clarify here something. So the idea is that this added membership requirement, it would really give purpose to an LBG. It's very similar to what LBG Graz already mentioned. By giving purpose, motivation can follow. Like motivation won't be derived from the regulations themselves. Logically, I don't think that anyone gets motivated from following regulations or so. Maybe a secretary. What I also would like to say is that you are indeed obligated to organize an event, but you're obligated to organize an event of your choice. You as an LBG, you can decide entirely on your own which kind of event that you want to organize. You can decide whether it's a training event, career event, a local round of eBay, a hackathon, whatever. Like that is not obligated by us. There are no rules regarding that. You do you. You just do something. And I think that there comes actually motivation from, and not demotivation, because you can just play.
Thank you, Jasper. Are there any more 2 fingers? Like we've been for 49 minutes in this session already. That was scheduled for 1 hour. Most probably we will go way further than 1 hour unless we start cutting questions. But I would like to see some questions and statements from other people. So I will go back to yes or no because I like them. Would you like to move on to the next question? Is yes. If you don't, it's no. Okay, now I see a big majority. So I don't even need to wait for everyone to say. So next question is coming from Helsinki. Let me find it and copy paste it. Ready?
Yeah.
Go for it.
Okay, so this question is basically only about online courses. But yeah, so how can we ensure the quality of education in best online courses? Because like having a professional with just a university level degree doesn't really mean anything. And how can we really compete against other universities and other people providing courses? And this issue might seem very similar with regular best courses, because also the quality of those is not always the best. But the important difference here is that I would say that most probably people applying to online courses have a totally different mindset when applying to courses. They are there for the educational stuff only, probably for the educational stuff. And that might, if the quality of the education is not top notch, that might really lead to some negative feedback and bad publicity for best.
Thank you, Helsinki. I see 2 fingers from Vivaldi.
Hello. Yep. Can you hear me? Yep. Okay. So in general, the way that we can try to ensure that the academic content delivered to participants is optimal, let's say, it's by having those working hours delivered by professionals. This is because these professionals have had some training, or they have gathered this information from people who know more than them, obviously. This is why, and I'm going to refer right now to Vivaldi handbook. It's stated that professionals are those who have got a title or at least a certification at least a university degree on the specific topic of the event, or is employed on that field. So this is why this is the way that generally the quality of the content is ensured, and I'm not sure if this is replying to your question. If you need more clarifications on this, let me know.
Thank you, Lucia. Any more 2 fingers on this point? Okay, we can move to the next one. We are going back to Graz. And this is the question.
Hey, good evening, guys. Tobias from LBG Graz, sorry. So this is more of a clarification. Maybe Jasper, you can help me with that. In the event recognition handbook, it states that the event has to have at least 15 participants and has to offer 3 working hours per participant. And then at the end, it also states that if you multiply the amount of packs times their working hours, this should equal 100. But in the example given, that only equals 45. And we wanted to ask, did we misunderstand this point, or does math not check out?
Thank you, Graz. Jasper?
The math should check out. It's to say that this is actually our attempt to make sure that an event has to be of some size, has to have some impact, some result measured in number of working hours and number of participants in order to get recognized. Now, this is a basic requirement, meaning that it has to be compliant for a full array of different kind of events, and that makes it tricky to just put there one number. Now, we have been reflecting on, okay, what should actually be the minimum number of hours needed in order to get an event recognized, then in the assumption that a lot of participants would actually take place. Because if a lot of participants take place, you don't need so many working hours to have a reasonable impact. However, if only a few number of participants take place, in order to have a reasonable impact, it's reasonable to say that you need more working hours to provide to them, right? To look at the total impact. And that's actually where all those numbers come from. So we have the minimum for participants, the minimum for working hours, but if you combine those two minimums in one case, yeah, then that is below the impact that we actually request from local events. Hence, the factor, the multiplication of both is higher, and is set at 100.
Is it clear now? Okay. So as I see, we have no more 2 fingers on this question. So we will move on to Rome, or Rome TV, Valerio. but copy paste it first.
Hello, can I go?
Yes, go for it.
I'm Valerio from LBG Rome Tor Vergata, and my question, is very similar to Thomas from Helsinki. When this proposal is approved, if it is approved, I think that the COVID situation will oblige some of LBGs to stay in houses and not organize local events, for example. So the main choice is about online events. So my question is, how can an LBG, according to you, which never organized anything of that, can join this new structure of new mentality of organizing online events?
Okay, we have two fingers from the board. So first it will go Jasper and Susanna. If you think Jasper covers what you want to say, you can just cut your 2 fingers.
A great question, and for this, I think that it is useful to keep following everything that's happening in BEST, because in BEST we have a couple of different supporting bodies that are really trying to help LBGs get through this more difficult period where the organization of physical events is not so self-explanatory. We have, for example, EBEC team that is currently working on guidelines on how you can actually have a decent online adaptation of EBEC. We will also have, we have BEST online courses where Vivaldi did the same for BEST courses. And then we are also going to start with the new Hackathon concept. So when providing, the aim is to provide or to enable LBGs to provide this service from the 2nd semester onwards. And we will try to deliver to LBGs such a kind of support that for them it would be very easy to organize this event online. So when establishing this new service, we will really take into account the situations of those LBGs, the current environment, and make sure that the service is adaptable and that it's easy for LBGs to incorporate them, to incorporate that new service as one of their services.
Susanna, you want to add some more?
Yes, complementary to what Jasper said, we also have local education involvement team that can really help you with those type of activities, which can also happen online. And you can also request for mentors for competitions, any competitions that you might think of. But I will not focus on the many support tools that we have. We also have the regions, and this is the purpose of the regions in the first place. We are having regional meetings after PM exactly, and there you can, the point of the regions is to share between LBGs, what practices do you do? So you do this, it works, you do that, it works, okay, let's exchange and develop ourselves. That's the whole point of the regions in the first place. And I have to say that if you ask for help, you will receive help from any kind of body. This is how local group support works. And we really want to support them in any way. We have plenty of tools. You just have to ask the right person, where can I go for that? Your regional advisor can tell you. I can tell you. There are so many people there. And believe me, if that's the problem, help, it's the easy thing to do. First, you have to start with decision.
Thank you.
Thank you, Susanna. Let me check if there are any more 2 fingers in here. No more. So we go to Hanya. And here's the question. I need to send the question to everyone. There it is.
So our question is, why an LBG that will organize an NRR or EBEC final will have also to organize a local event that will get stamped if this LBG can get stamped from the NRR final. So, and of course, fulfill the criteria for full membership status.
Thank you, Hanya. Susanna will reply.
Yes. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but usually to host an NRR, you have to do a local round. So automatically you cover that. But anyway, let's assume that you don't. I have to emphasize here in the proposal that it says that you can be proposed for suspension. That doesn't mean you will receive an automatic proposal for suspension. That's very clear. Like imagine right now having a proposal for eBay final host that didn't do a local event. Will that even make sense? Of course not, because they put a lot of effort in something way, way bigger. And that's why we implied can't be suspended, because of course we will make an inquiry to see what happened, why you didn't do that, understand the reasons in order to move on with the proposal.
Thank you, Susie. See 2 fingers from Hanya.
Yeah, so in case that this happened, that we organize an NRR, and for any reason that we don't get stamped, let's say, from a local event, then there will be proposal most probably for us for suspension, even if the NRR gets stamped, and will have to go out to the plenary, do a presentation about that, and all these things. Does this seem logic?
Who wants to reply? Susanna?
You won't even reach the point of having a proposal. We have to make the investigation and see the reasons. The only proposals that are happening right now, for now, we have VIP. It's because it's clearly regulated in RAE. If you don't vote, you get a proposal for suspension. No inquiry, no everything, no nothing. But when it's implied that it can be suspended, that literally means that we have to make an investigation, ask people, ask your LBG, what's up, what happened, and then on form the proposal. Like, it will not even make sense for the next board to put this much effort for a proposal that shouldn't be voted in the first place.
Thank you, Susie. I see no more 2 fingers for this question. So we are moving to Porto this time. We have a statement.
Hello, Eurico from LBG Porto. I was just making a similar point as LBG Graz made before. For example, regarding an event of 3 hours that needs 33 participants according to requirement Nova 5, would also meet the quality standards even if it just had 25 participants. So I do believe the 5th requirement should be fairer than it is right now. It was just my statement.
Thank you, Porto. Any comments on this? Let's see, 2 fingers on the board. Go, Jasper.
Important here to take into account is that these requirements, they are not there to do quality management. They are not there to evaluate the quality of the event. They are there knowing that best LBGs, those are service providers, meaning that it is your purpose as an organization to deliver services to people and to have a certain impact while delivering those services. And that is why we have that 100 rule, actually. So you can indeed have a very qualitative event with a lower amount of participants, but that's not what the quality is not what we try to evaluate with that requirement. So there it is important to make a difference. What I would like to say, however, is that it can definitely be that there are cases out there that are very impactful with less participants or that fall below the 100 rule. And if that were the case, then feel free to reach out to us through VIP, for example, to clarify those cases to us so that we can analyze them and take them as well into account with this proposal.
Thank you, Jasper. I want you to remind you about timing. Like right now, we are already 5 minutes over time. There's still ahead of us 55 minutes of break, but whatever time we are doing now, it's taking it from the break. I understand that some delegates are switching from session to session, so for them it's pretty fine, but maybe some other LBGs only have one delegate and they would have a shorter break. Right now, there are 12 questions still to be asked in the list. So if it's fine for you, I would propose not to take any more one fingers. What I mean is not accepting more in the list. So just to make this sure, last one was sent at 6:53. And now we'll just mark it in a different color so we see if someone else is cheating and adding things later on. And I will try to limit it to fingers. Like whenever you see that we are taking too many 2 fingers, you can click on go faster. And now we will go to the next question, if you are fine with that, which is coming from Zagreb. Let me copy paste it first.
Hi, I'm in Zagreb. So basically, in the list of the local events, there's also mentioned local training events. Not all LBGs have trainers, so they're not in the position to create such events. So I'm wondering, how is it fair to give opportunity for some LBGs to create local event that can be sometimes easier logistically, as it is described in the question, just so it's quicker, when some LBGs are not even in the position to organize it in the first place.
Thank you, Anya. Are there any comments? Yes, Jasper, go for it.
So this proposal does not intend to introduce fairness among LBGs. LBGs are different countries, different legislation, different situation at the university. Some are huge and have a lot of funds and a lot of members, others are smaller. It is definitely not our aim to try to have or to introduce fairness to all of them. It is actually just up to the LBG, to every LBG, knowing their own situation, to indicate which kind of event that they would like to organize, which kind of event they are capable of organizing, and then just organizing that event. With this, it's not just about knowing that an LBG puts so much effort in organizing this event. With this, this LBG was able to organize local event, was able to create visibility locally, was able to have an impact, to create value for the local stakeholders. And that's what's important for us, not having fair treatment for LBGs.
Okay, you see some 2 fingers are popping up. So first one is Hanya.
Yeah, okay. If there is no of this, if the purpose of this proposal is not to bring fairness amongst the LBGs, then why are we talking about membership criteria in this proposal?
Thank you, Hanya. If it's a short reply, I guess we can accept some reply from the board. If you are going to have a long reply, I will just continue with a list of fingers. Okay, Zagreb Cat. So right now we have no more 2 fingers. So I guess we can move on to the next question. Okay, board has 2 fingers. Go, Johannes.
I just wanted to add something very specifically for this example. Well, what you have is one LBG might have trainers, so they might be able to deliver the training to that. But that doesn't mean that an LBG that, for example, has a lot of company partners can also have company representatives deliver training. It's never said that the trainers in question should be trainers from BEST. So by taking into account the different environment of different LBGs, yes, some have advantage in this area, some will have advantage in another area. So I think that would be an answer to this concern.
Thank you, Johannes. I have 2 fingers from Zagreb.
Yeah, I feel like my point hasn't been made across. Like, if it's for membership criteria, isn't the point to be fair for all LBGs? So like all LBGs have to kind of give like equal effort
Otherwise, if we are just supporting local events, like I acknowledge that like a local training event can be beneficial for stakeholders and students as well, like for everyone. But it should also not be like for membership criteria if not all LBGs are able to organize it. For all other events, there's like, for example, there's not obligation for create IT hackathon because, for example, LBG Arts and Métiers cannot maybe organize IT hackathons because IT students aren't really in their target group. So maybe just to revise that, maybe.
Zagreb, now 2 fingers from the board. Susie?
Yes, I would say maybe best not to focus on the requirement if they are fair. We just created a scale to cover every LBG needs because it really depends from the LBG itself. Some LBGs have trainers, some other not. Some others have the opportunity to cooperate with external trainers from other NGOs, some other not. Then we have the companies. Some LBGs cannot do a job fair because they cannot find enough companies because maybe their city is too small or too far. There are many things to think here. And it's not that we want to be fair. We want to provide an equal opportunity to everyone. And whatever works for you is what we want. If training event works for you, then do it. If job fair works for you, do it. If you have another event, do it. It's not about fairness, it's that equal opportunities.
Some clarification from Zagreb.
Yeah, can you explain what does it mean we're not trying to be fair but create equal opportunities for everyone?
Sure, I'm sorry if my choice of words confuses you. I guess they don't make that much sense. I'm sorry. It's just we don't expect that every LBG can actually do these events. I don't expect my LBG Athens, to be able to do a local academic event and a local competition and a local training event and a company event and educational event. I know they cannot do plenty of them, but that's not the point. Some other LBG can do it. That's why you provide equal opportunity. That's what I tried to mean. Sorry if I confused you.
Okay, I see some LBGs already raising 3 fingers, but let's say the plenary are 84 full members and some more babies unsuspended. So whenever you feel we need to move on, I need a more clear big group of LBGs saying so. So we will move on. Okay, there is still 2 fingers from Zagreb. But since there are so many 3 fingers, do you mind if you can just approach the board table and talk to them later on? Yeah. Thank you, Anya. So we have 1 finger from Mr. Yildiz. But before taking it, I would like to ask the plenary if they want to continue with this discussion or they want to move it, I don't know, if for some parking lot or just having some discussion group or. Okay. So question will be, do you want to continue with this session? Continue keeping these fingers that we have from the list? Or do you want to stop the session now and move it somewhere else in PM? So the possible answer are yes or no. Yes is you want to continue with the session. Okay, like in order to have majority of full members, it's 42. Right now there are 34 proposing to cut the session and move it somewhere else, and 20 that want to continue with the session. I will read the list of people that had 1 fingers, but didn't have the chance to share them. Is Istanbul Yildiz, Wrocław, Ghent, CFT, Vivaldi, Ares, Helsinki, Krakow, Coimbra, The Bridge, and Hanya. So would you like me to go through the list and check again for statements? Filter out, let's say 1, 2 statements and then ask you again? I will clear this list. So yes, let's hear some statements and no more questions. And no means let's cut this discussion already. Okay, so I will go through the list trying to find statements. Okay, have statements from the arrays. Is Anya the one doing it? I will copy paste what they have.
Can you hear me correctly?
Wait a minute.
Yeah, sure.
Go for it.
Yes, so can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. So I would start with saying that the sustainability of LBGs is a topic that has acquired a lot of importance during the last year. And we have seen how the number of tools to suspend these studies changes has increased. Therefore, this proposal is intended for those LBGs that by doing only the mandatory events haven't been able to improve their situation. This issue doesn't only harm the LBG themselves, but also it requires more resources from the BEST itself and the rest of the LBGs. So you can mention that requirements are meant to be low and simple. Unlike BEST courses, there is no an intention to control that the brand of BEST is properly given to our stakeholders, but that the event has been made. In some specific cases, the requirements will not work as intended, since evaluating an event by the number of the participants and hours is not always fair and representative of the quality of the event. So we would like to add that the suspended status delivers additional support and temporarily reduces the mandatory actions of an LBG for focusing on their problems and finding new solutions. So for the reason mentioned above, the regional advisor team fully support this proposal, and we believe that will benefit all the levels of BEST. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Anya. So as promised, I will not send and accept any more 2 fingers. Now we'll just be going through the statements. So I have a statement now from LBG Ghent that we share here.
In Ghent, and I think that it's in most LBGs the case, is that most of our recruitment comes from people who went on a course or courses or the thing that we're most known for. And because we don't have those courses at the moment, we need to find new members one way or another. If not, our LBGs cannot survive. So we need to make sure every LBG is known to their respective faculty. And in my opinion, the best way to do this is an internal event where we reach people who might not be interested in BEST yet, but need to get to know BEST. The restrictions in this proposal are very loose. You can organize whatever you want to be, basically, but you just have to do something, because if we don't, then LBGs are gonna start dying out because we don't have enough members. I think that this proposal is extremely important to ensure the future of this organization, and I can say from Ghent that we fully support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ghent. I have one more statement from Helsinki.
Well, yeah, I've wrote this before. before the session, so I have a bit more optimistic views now, but I can still read it. The idea to activate LBGs is of course great, but I see certain problems with the proposal. First of all, being that the recognized events are really poorly defined, like what is defined, and I have a certain concern that, like, if we do something, can we be assured that the event we do will be recognized? But of course, we already got answers to that question quite well. But still, I think that before actually requiring LBGs to actually organize these things, we should be perfectly clear what are the requirements and maybe do some test period. And in the current form of the proposal, and also in the current situation where many LBGs are already struggling to function like on a basic level, I can't support adding any new additional requirement to the membership, at least without sufficient testing phase.
Thank you, Thomas. We have two more statements, and then I will let the board have a final statement, so then we can close the session. We are happy with that. So next statement is coming from Krakow. Let's see if I can copy paste it. Something is wrong.
I have it written on my computer, so I can just read that, but maybe it's easier for other people to see it.
Can you copy paste it for everyone? Because somehow for me it's not working.
Let me
I
see
have no idea why.
Oh no. I also cannot do that.
Maybe we talk too much.
Or it's too long, I don't know.
Maybe that's it.
Can I read it from my computer, or is it going to be not good for everybody else to understand?
You can read it from your computer. That's the best we can get. In normal GMs, they would not be able to read it by themselves until they're in the minutes. So it sounds.
Okay, that's perfect. Even though this idea seems to be a perfect solution, it seems a little bit too rushed and not thought through. We're aware the local events should also be a subject to be evaluated, and they should be an indication whether or not LBG is active and sustainable, but we need to remember that every LBG is different and has different working and operating methods, and it wouldn't be fair to evaluate everyone with the same measurements. The event recognition handbook, even though it's needed and could be helpful, should be created with the cooperation of all the LBGs to be able to assess their needs and possibilities. For now, there are some LBGs that only organize best courses, since so far it has been the only requirement not to be suspended, and those LBGs would have to rush into creating a local/online event that might not fall into their operating methods. There are also some LBGs that might have a lot of local events, but even though they are quite successful, they might not fall into the proposed regulations. Therefore, despite we see the aim of the proposed solution, we do not support this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabi. So last statement before going to the board statement is coming from Coimbra. Now it works.
From LBG Coimbra. I know all of us have our doubts, but I want to remember all of you here that flexibility is one of our values, and the situation that we are going through, we need to be more flexible than ever, and it's time to adapt and create new ways to fight COVID and to still do our responsibilities as LBG.
Thank you, Hugo. So last word from the board before we go to the announcements. Who will take it? No, Jasper.
I'd like to thank you all the delegates for their contributions to this discussion, but I also want to stress that we don't think that the discussion has to end right here. So as already said during this session, you can really have a lot of valuable input. And this is actually the moment that it is easiest to reach out to you, to reach out to us, and to have discussions. You have your own ideas, you have your own events of which we aren't fully aware. So use now these opportunities, use VIP, address us personally during these sessions on Discord, via mail, whatever works for you, via WhatsApp is also possible. Propose parking lot sessions later on so that we can all discuss this further and that we can really take all those 93 LBGs into account and the service that they organize when creating this handbook and proposing this proposal.
Thank you, Jasper. Thank you very much for this very, very long discussion. I hope you still have energy. We have just a couple of announcements for you, and then you will be able to have some rest and go to the toilet and so. So who has announcements to make? Dino, can you tell us?
Our first announcer of the day is Luca.
Thank you. Luca, floor is yours.
Thank you, guys. So the first announcement is regarding the FPA form. Please, guys, whoever hasn't signed it today, sign it. And please do so in blue font. It's very important not to be black. It's a joke. So the second announcement is, since this proposal really did provide a lot of discussion, we don't want, as Jasper said, we don't want the discussion to end here. So in the announcement chat, you have received a link for BEST Discord, and you can find some channels there where you can continue these discussions, or just if you want to meet other attendees here and talk to them, bullshit, maybe have a drink in the evening, that is a place to go.
Thank you, Luca. Dino, are there any more announcements?
So far, there are no other announcements, but after our speaker here closes our session, I would just like to invite you to stay in Zoom for another minute. I would like to show you how to upgrade Zoom.
Wonderful. Yes, so this is not an announcement for me, Paco, the speaker, but for everyone that is struggling to use the new reactions in Zoom. So whoever is already able to click yes, now go slower and go faster, can just go enjoy their break. And whoever that was struggling with that, Dino will explain you how to do it. So for the rest of the people, I think I am ready to close the session. So 1, 2, 3.
And now after that, he will check for your updates, and in case you're not updated, he will update it for you. It might kick you out of the call, but at least by the time you get back into the call, it should work properly. Thank you and enjoy your break.
You ready to start?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
People are still joining.
Yeah.
Okay. In order to start, what better than using the hammer again? So 1, 2, 3. We're starting the planner again. Thank you for that applause. So now we have no other than observer Bozici.
Hi.
Wait a bit. I want to introduce you first, if you don't mind.
Yeah, okay. Sorry.
Okay. So the path to become a full member of this organization, it's not an easy one. So I perfectly remember 5 years ago in PM Flanders. It was the PM in which I was one of the boardies, and Bozici was presenting themselves as an observer. So since then, there have been their ups and downs, and now they are back as observer, and they will present how are they doing. So good luck, guys, and I hope Tonari enjoys it. You can start.
Use page up and down on your keyboard to move the slides.
Shouldn't they present it first? Like going to presentation mode?
Sorry, I think they have a technical that this is not the updated version of their presentation.
Yeah, we thought we will share our screen.
Okay, then share your screen.
Let's go for it. Someone said something about flexibility being one of our values, so let's use it.
Yeah, okay, if it's okay, we can go on.
Share your screen and enjoy your presentation.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I am Dilek, the president of Observer Group Istanbul Boğaziçi, and Berke is the treasurer. We are now here to present our Observer Group to you. First, we want to briefly introduce our university. Boğaziçi University's high standards in education and research are acknowledged throughout the world. Its academic reputation attracts the best students in the country. To complement and enrich the academic experience with an active campus life, the university supports student clubs, arts, and sports activities. It is also easily accessible due to the location of the campuses. Here you can see the undergraduate programs. There are around 4,000 students in the engineering field. When we move on to our observer group, we have a board structure consisting of president, treasurer, secretary, VPs for FR, PR, and HR. These people you see here have been maintaining their mandate since August. Apart from board structure, we decided to add non-boardy positions we thought we needed. These are design, archive, and IT responsibilities. The archive is under the responsibility of the secretary right now, and we have some people among our observer group who are eager to design and IT. No call has been made for these positions yet, but we are planning to send one soon. About HR, we call the people who we recruited at the beginning of the year as best interested people. The reason for adding this step to the membership status is that we recruit too many people with ENSO, which is our umbrella association. This year, the number of best interested people is around 500 people, but naturally, not all of them end up with being active besties. They can become an observer after attending 3 weekly meetings, which are held separated from ENSO. We did not specify the number of observers exactly, since we haven't completed our 3 weeks after recruitment. Considering the participation in our weekly meetings so far, we anticipate around 60 observers. We currently have 13 babies, 10 full and 44 alumni, and 6 internationally involved people.
Our observer grid financially stabilized. We have substantial amount of resources coming through another partnership with companies. Also, we have enough money from last year to cover any expense if necessary. In public relation, we focused on social media, so we created a LinkedIn account and improved our Instagram account. Our university helped us with promoting events through mail through the faculties. With that being said, our university also helped us with logistics, both live and online. We have a nice, we have a nice view with a. Sorry guys, my sharing screens. Huh. We have a nice view office, so if you want to come and visit us, we are more than happy to welcome you. Sorry guys.
Our doctor is Susanna, with whom we have been working since last year. Our nurse LBG is Istanbul Yıldız, with whom we have a good communication and friendship. We have a common WhatsApp chat with RA, doctor, and the nursing coordinator, and our communication has been smooth so far. And what we have done since the beginning of our mandate. We attended Turkish Joint Board training, where we had a chance to meet with the boards of other Turkish LBGs. It was a pleasurable experience to share and discuss with them. Mute yourself. We updated PA in terms of membership status. Sorry, I think I passed the... Just before the recruitment period, we arranged a board week and we planned our year. Holding live meetings were very effective in strengthening our group dynamics. So we updated PA in terms of membership status because the status were not well defined and outdated. We collected all the data we have from past and created a new regular archive. We started to create an internal regulations document where all responsibilities and membership status procedures will be defined. And we took our first step in creating an internal culture by deciding on our mascot, which is Evie. And lastly, what we are planning to do in the future. We are planning to increase best knowledge within the observer group by having frequent BKTs. We will implement a mentoring system for observers to improve communication and best and knowledge transfer between us and the observers. We are promoting the international side of BEST in order to raise international awareness. Since this semester is going to be online, we cannot attract people's attention with live events or abroad opportunities, but with international projects as a great way of working with people around Europe and improving language. We will focus more on personal development and organize more training events. We will be more active in social media. And last but not least, we are ready to host an internal event, but unfortunately, it seems not possible. So if the proposal to temporarily adapt the conditions to become a baby member will be accepted, we will organize a local event in order to become a baby member. Thank you so much for your attention. And if you have any questions, we are more than happy to answer them.
So before asking questions, I would say being observer and presenting in front of the whole plenary, being actually the first LBG to get the first group to present. It's quite a big challenge, so I really believe they deserve some applause.
Thank
Dino,
you.
can you do the applause thing? Thank you, guys. Yes, they're super fast at stopping clapping. So at the moment, I see no questions for Observer Istanbul Boğaziçi and the form. So exceptionally, I will let you just share your fingers in this chat straight away. So we go a bit fast. Is there anyone wanting to, I don't know, give some advice to Observer group? to have some questions about the presentation. In any case, I would always encourage you to approach those observers that we have in this plenary during the breaks. Just add them on social media, talk to them, help them out to get integrated with the rest of BEST. So I have one finger from Carlos Tercero. Go for it.
What are your plans if the proposal is rejected to become a baby member?
So please reply.
I guess there is no option to wait for hosting an internal event.
So what would be your plan?
We will wait for the calls to host an internal event.
Okay, thank you very much. So as I was sharing the technical, now I have some fingers, but there are only 2 fingers. Okay, 2 1 fingers. And there are 2 fingers here. I will check the finger tab I have to control all of this, to check if I'm missing any 2 fingers. Okay. So Susanna has 2 fingers.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify that they don't really have an option as an observer. If there is a call, they can apply and maybe get selected. But then imagine if the internal call is GA, then that's also not something that they can do as an observer group. So it's not something, speaking out from side of LGS, it's not something they can control or plan ahead. They will just lose the observer status.
That's a good point for you to reflect on. Since there are no more 2 fingers, let's go for the 1 fingers. So there is Louvain Lanef. That's 1 finger. I will share it in the chat before you speak. Okay, good, it works. Go for it.
Hi everyone. Actually, I'm just quite curious. I think it's just that we work quite differently here, but I'm not sure I understood how you select your best interested people and how this part of your memberships works.
You can reply, Dilek.
We call all the people we recruited at the beginning of the year as best interested people. The reason for doing that is we recruit a lot of people, like 500 people, and they will not end up with being active. So they can become observer members after attending 3 weekly meetings, so that we will be sure that they have enough best knowledge. Okay. I hope I covered your question.
Thank you, Dilek. So now we move to the other 1 finger we had. It's from Ismer. Copy it in the chat.
Hello. Firstly, thanks for the presentation. I hope you good luck on the, let's say, the observer group. So in general, we remember that you have an umbrella association. So you had some problems in the past, if I know correctly. So can you elaborate the situation right now? Because as a kind of defining the board structure and so on, I would be glad to hear some words.
Can I go ahead?
Sure.
We are registered under ENSO due to the regulations of our university, and it is not only the BEST. There are some other NGOs under other associations in our school. For example, IEEE and STM are 2 of them. So what we are doing this year, we have separate weekly meetings since last year, and this year the boards are completely separated, which means independent decision-making processes. And Like we said in our presentation, we are creating an internal regulations where the mid-LJ and LJ procedures will be clearly defined. So I don't think we will have any problems related with ENSO this year and in the future. And the reason we had some problems in the past was the low awareness of BEST, I believe. But this is what we particularly focused on this year, increasing BEST knowledge.
Thank you very much. There is one statement from the array. It's Istanbul Yildiz. Yes, I will copy the statement. So you can all read it. Go for it.
So, hello, I'm Extra Tolga. Sorry for not changing my name. Zoom kinda, I have some issues after updated. So I'm giving that statement on behalf of their array of Regency, on behalf of Nursing LBG Istanbul Yıldız, and also on behalf of their nursing responsibles, Ediz and me, and I. So we have been together with Observer Group Istanbul Boğaziçi Boardies during the Turkish GBT, and their attitude were amazing. Our nursing responsible Ediz and Tolga are in constant communication with them, and they also stated that they are working hard to maintain their group. With their great effort and with our help, we do believe that they will become a baby member LBG as soon as possible, and they will have our support along their whole journey in this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's check fingers. Okay, so we have one more finger from Ghent, and I will copy and paste it too.
So you mentioned that you have weekly meetings. Are these meetings just with the board or with all the members? Because I'm in my opinion, weekly meetings is a bit much. So what do you talk about?
I'll reply straight away.
Actually, you're right. It's a bit hard to find content for weekly meetings, but we had only 2 weekly meetings with all we called best interested people. In the first one, we explain them what BEST is, we make a presentation, and in the second weekly meeting, we explained the membership procedures and emphasize the attending weekly meetings. So we will focus on to creating more content for weekly meetings.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have no more fingers, and we already spent all the time we had scheduled for this session. So I want once again to ask this plenary for a big applause for Observer Istanbul Boğaziçi. I can barely feel it, but I guess you do. So next presentation. And find an idea. Will be regarding the next general meeting to happen, which it was meant to be this one, but they were nice enough to apply also for GA so they can host a general meeting. I also remember with a lot of love our last GA as Boardies, that was GA Tallinn back in 2016. It was a great event, and I'm sure that if COVID is cool enough to let us have a GA happening live, this event will be magnificent as well. So I'm looking forward for the presentation. You can start. Is the presenter ready?
Yes, sorry, I'm having some technical difficulties. Give me a minute.
No problem.
I've never done this screen controlling before. But I'm Nathan, the president of LBG Tallinn.
Hi, I'm Carl. I'm the main organizer of the GA 2021.
Okay. How do I control the screen? I'm not familiar with this.
It's the same as if it was your own.
But where do I see the screen? I don't see the screen. I only see Paco's face.
You need to change the view and just choose speaker view.
Top right corner, he should show you some small thingy. You click on it, and then you should be able to expand and change the view.
Oh yeah, okay, right. So what we will be covering in this presentation is our HR situation. We will talk about fundraising and grants, the OOD conception, and the IT and technology part. Also, we will cover the initial location ideas, talk about the core team, talk about our crasher policy and the situation with COVID-19. Our autumn recruitment went pretty well. This picture was taken at our newbie motivational weekend in September. We don't have observer members. We have new members who are not, who don't have to do anything. They just sign up to get the mails. So the amount of members, those 157 will definitely not all stay active. But the HR situation is pretty good.
Yep. In regards to the fundraising part, COVID doesn't make it really easy for us, but we're hopeful. So we've actually thought about a whole new concept for the official opening day that we're planning to start selling to companies in the end of November. And the idea is to contact our main cooperation partners that we had through our job fair and other in LBG events that we organize. And we've already contacted different local grants. Nothing is fixed yet, but the negotiations are going on. And in regards to university, we've already set up a meeting with them and hopefully get some money from them as well. But in regards to money, nothing is really like fixed yet as well. As far as the official opening day concept, we're planning to have a 2-day conference about circular economy and sustainability that we've divided into 3 parts. So we're going to have workshop sessions and panel discussion for companies and the local ministries and the educational people coming to educate us on the topics of circular economy and sustainability. So that's kind of the idea we have.
Going hand to hand with the OOD conception, in terms of IT and technology, one of the main things we're trying to aim for is going paperless, as it takes a lot of paper to print, and it's quite a big expense. So we're hopefully trying to come up with a solution that would will taking up tablets to replace all that paper, and hopefully it won't be a one-time thing.
Yep.
Now talking about accommodation, nothing is set in stone yet, but like Paco said, if he remembers, we're hoping to get the same place that GA 2016 happened at, but it's not final, and we're also looking at backup options elsewhere, but it's about 1.5 hour drive from Tallinn. so it's not too far away.
Yeah. So this is our core team, actually. That's a picture from Knowledge Transfer from the main organizer of GA 2016. So he's at the bottom right. So that's me in the middle. So we have covered the position of main organizer, fundraising responsible, public relations responsible, logistics, IT, official opening day, human resources, and we've actually selected the participant responsible and social responsible to the team as well. So there's 9 of us in total working on having an amazing GA. So in regards to crashers, we put it as a separate topic because with communication, with the accommodation, they've actually set us really, really strict rules because of the whole situation in COVID. And what they told us is that if we have any people in there during our event that is not meant to be there, meaning crashers, it's pretty likely they will actually kick us all out and cancel the event. So this is a strict no crashers policy from regarding, I guess, the accommodation as well. So this is really, really, really strict. We don't accept any crashers, and those are strict rules from the accommodation. But I guess the favorite topic everybody's probably gonna have questions about is the situation with COVID. During the meetings with the international board, we've discussed a couple of different options that we have in terms if COVID gets better or worse. So on the table, there's this option of having only one delegate, General Assembly. We definitely put on strict rules regarding general hygiene, masks, different things that we can do. But we're really, really hopeful that COVID lets us have this event in real life. It would be really cool to see you guys all face to face and actually have an international event live as well, not everything online. So we're really hopeful about that. I guess that was the whole presentation. I know there's a little bit time in the end for questions as well. So if you guys have any questions, feel free.
Thank you very much, Stalin. It could actually not be the one-time thing, this thing of paperless GA, since you already did it 5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm checking the list of questions. And so far there are none in the spreadsheet. So in case, guys, you have some, just add them as you did before. Okay. I see one finger from Lushnapoka.
Hello. Yes, I have some problems with the camera. I can turn it on right now. I have a question regarding the COVID. If the situation gets worse, are you willing to host the next PM? Because it's the next general meeting. It's more like a general curiosity.
Well, we were actually supposed to organize this PM that's happening right now, but due to COVID, we postponed it, and so we applied to organize the General Assembly. I'm not really sure right now. In regards to the team, we have most of them are from the. Josip already answered as well. But yes, I guess in terms of the core team, I assume most of us will not be really to organize it as well. Maybe GA 2022, yes. Thank you, Josip.
Yeah, there will be a presentation about GA 22 later on. Now there is one finger from Ghent.
So my question is quite easy, but probably a bit hard to answer. Like, how likely do you think it is that this event is going to happen, like in a percentage?
Well, percentage-wise, it's pretty hard to predict, but our mindset is that we definitely want to have a live event because we're already postponed the president's meeting. So we definitely want to have a live event, even if it's in small capacity and so forth. But yes, on my mind, we're definitely having it live, and hopefully all the countries can be there as well, depending on the different restrictions that the government puts us as well, and in regards to traveling. Nathan has something to add as well.
Yeah, you almost covered it, but the regulations from the Estonian government about traveling and the countries that you have to stay in quarantine after you come to Estonia changes quite fast, and it's really hard to predict it at this moment.
Yep, so that's our biggest concern as well, because they updated it like once a week or every other week on different restrictions from which countries. When you come from, you have to stay in quarantine for either 1 week or 2 weeks, and they change it all the time. So it's pretty hard to predict right now. But we're staying up to the date with those restrictions as well.
We have yet one more question from Ghent. If it gets just communication Ghent Tallinn, I would just move it to after the session so you can just talk to each other. But let's take this one.
Imagine that this event doesn't happen. Are you prepared for the financial consequences? I imagine that you had to pay some deposits on the location.
In regards to the accommodation, we've actually set up a pretty flexible agreement with them, meaning that 2 months before the event is supposed to happen, we still have the chance to decline it in regards to the financial part. So we won't have any repercussions from them as well. So this is actually pretty flexible like that.
Thank you very much. Now we are moving out from Ghent and we are going to CRD. This is the question.
Can I read it?
Would say so.
Okay. So yes, for what was supposed to be this PM, there was already some communication between CRD and LBG Tallinn. How do you envision the communication and collaboration between Tallinn and CRD?
That's a good question. In terms of like international fundraising with the CRD, we haven't been able to contact them. I guess it's some part of my mistake as well, but we've only recently started planning it and organizing it because the announcement for the organization of the GA 2021 came pretty late. So we're a little bit behind schedule on that, but we definitely plan to collaborate with them as well and sell the official opening day on the international part as well. So we're definitely planning to contact them as soon as we can.
Okay, now we have one finger from the board. So this is the question from Johannes.
Yeah, don't mind the question. It's a very quick one to read it. I'm very interested in the concept of your idea. It sounds super interesting, and I would really like to hear more about it. Could you elaborate a bit on what you had in mind, like what would happen during this day?
Okay, so we're planning to have a 2-day conference in regards to the, like I said, the circular economy and sustainability to improve the knowledge of people and students in regards to the topics of environment as well. So we're planning to have company representatives, different organizations, hopefully government ministries, maybe some scientists who will be interested in talking about these topics. And the wider audience would be different students and hopefully gymnasium students as well. So we're planning to have different seminars, panel discussions, and workshops as well. So that's a way for the companies to improve on what they're already doing and to implement some of the topics and things that we're talking about in regards to their own circular economy, like within the company as well. So there's like different kind of things. We've said it in 3 parts. So there's like workshops, seminars, and panel discussions.
Okay, now there is one question from the last LBG hosting a GA live, which is Istanbul Yildiz.
As we have almost organizing last live GA, we would like to congratulate LBG Tallinn for their decision to run for organizations such as event this time, this unforeseen time. Even if we didn't manage to organize it completely, but we want to state that we are here for any kind of question or help them. Thank you.
Yeah, I believe I deserve some 3-1 since GA didn't happen. It was online as well. Okay, it didn't happen in Yildiz. So you were not the last ones hosting it live, but trying to. So just for you to remember this 3-1, it goes like 3-2-1, and then just love your forehead. Can we unmute everyone and try to see how it sounds? Are you all unmuted? You ready? So 3, 2, 1. Okay. Now I can speak. So there are no more one fingers. We already covered the time we were expecting for this presentation. So I believe we can give a big applause to Tallinn for taking the courage to host a live GA in these difficult times. Now we can move on to the last presentation of the day. So maybe you're still concerned, like, will GA 2021 be online or live? But I hope you will have more hopes that GA 2022 will happen live. But I see that this presentation is even covering PM 2022. That's wonderful. But why is it President's meeting in Valladolid? We need another 3-1. Who is the one presenting this? Joseph, maybe?
Yes.
Go for it.
I just made a change in my phone. It will be corrected. Okay. Yeah, as you can see, it's based on the last year's. Okay, let me make it work. It's not okay. Wait. It's not correcting.
You're muted.
If you are speaking, nobody's hearing you.
I know, just I don't know how it muted and my PC froze or the button froze. Anyway, I'm fine. So this is actually a good transition since we were already speaking about the General Assembly. And here I will also speak about the next General Meeting, General Assembly, and President's meeting actually. So, okay. What is a General Assembly? It is one of the two general meetings of BEST. It is the highest decision-making body of BEST, and it is a place to elect the next national board. What is a president meeting? It is the other of the two general meetings. It is as well a decision-making body, and it's actually the event we're having right now. It is a president's meeting. So a bit more stuff, although you probably already know. It is an opportunity for the LBGs to meet, share, learn and discuss important issues. It's an opportunity to express their opinion on the direction that BEST should take. And it's also one of the two chances that we can make changes in the membership status cases in membership. We can do membership changes. And these are the articles that define general meetings, general assemblies, and president meeting. So in January 2022, there was a VAP proposal that was voted. And with that, there was a new change that on every general meeting, candidate LBGs can state their interest to organize either the fourth, the third, or the fourth following general meeting, which in our case is GA 2022 and PM 2022. And although we don't have any LBGs that have stated their interest already, here is the presentation for everyone to get this out and to start maybe people thinking about it. And then there's also the rule that in every general meeting, the candidate LBGs can apply, actually not just stating interest, but they can apply to host the third one or the second following. The second following is already planned, it's already voted, it's PM 2021 Flanders, for which we will have a presentation tomorrow. And for GA 2022, we don't have an application or an interest either. So I'm here to tell you a bit about the benefits of hosting a general meeting. It is to provide a place for the biggest decision to take place, to get in touch with everyone with BEST and everything international. And it's a big opportunity to bring everyone together and inspire your LBG members. So how does it work? What are the technical details? There is usually an arrival and official opening day, and then 4 days for PMs and 6 days for general assemblies, usually for plenary days, and then 1 departure day. Depending on if you will have 1 delegate from each LBG or 2 delegates from each LBG, it's around 160 to 180 people, or 260 and 280 people. And what you need from places, you need an official opening day place, a place for the plenary, you need rooms for sessions, and then of course accommodation and general logistics. So what support can you receive? As you already know, fundraising for general meetings is done by cooperation with CRT. So this is a big part of it that they will also try to help. And also, of course, we have the Erasmus grant, the framework partnership agreement. And if you're in an eligible country, you can also claim part of this for your general meeting. So what happens next? For both General Assembly 2022 and PM 2022, there will be a call published in a few months. Actually, there will be a call published when we're leading to GA 2021, where LBGs can apply to host both. And if applications are sent, the proposal will take place. In general, in short, what is needed is a timeline, a detailed one, a proposal for accommodation, the budget, the fundraising plan, and the name of the candidate GM responsible person. In other words, you can think of the main organizer of the event or equivalent. So, is your LBG thinking about GA22 or PM 2022? If you do, or for any questions or concerns, don't hesitate to approach me either during PM or breaks on whatever, or at sending me an email at secretariat@best.cu.org. So that was it. Thank you. And if you have any questions, I'm available.
Thank you, Joseph. Let's check the list of questions. So at the moment, there is a total of 0 questions for this presentation. And even though you are not, maybe most of you are not planning to host IGA, maybe you would like to know what it takes to host it. And some of you that already hosted it, maybe you want to share your experience and encourage other LBGs to do so. So now I would say is a great time to do this talking. Would like to say something? Yeah, I can hear some crickets, but I see no questions. And no one to force you to ask questions if you don't feel like doing so. You can still approach Joseph, you can approach PM organizers, GE organizers, and they will share with you all the knowledge that they have and all the ideas. So if you are thinking your LBG could be able to do it or would be interested, just let them know so you can prepare things in advance. So it doesn't mean that you're applying at the moment. It means that you are researching and you are trying to identify whether your LBG is able to do it or not. So that's what smart people do. Like dumb people would just go for it and then realize whether they are able to do it or not. It may also be fun. It will be way more challenging, but I'm expecting you to be smarter than that. So if we have no more questions for this was the last presentation of today. And before, assuming that this block is concluded and that I can close the plenary, I believe we have some time for announcements. Dino, do we have some announcements?
Sure we have, Johnny. First announcement block will come from the social responsible people of this event. Social responsible people, the floor is yours.
Hello guys, it's me again, Extra Tolga. We gathered some questions and some like quiet games for you today. You will see the more explanation in your mail in like 10 or 15 minutes. So you are more welcome to come and meet with each other. See you tonight in 2 hours. Bye.
Was it clear for you guys? Yes, no? Okay, that's fine. So we have one more announcement, I believe, from the board.
Yes. So if you are the president of your LPG, or in case you can ask your presidents to tell you, there has been an email sent to President Sad some days ago concerning an agreement for president's meeting that you need to sign and send us back. So a lot of LPGs have already sent it, but there are some missing, and the deadline is tomorrow. So this is a reminder, given the opportunity, please fill the agreement and send it. And if you're not sure what I'm talking about, if you're not the president, check on with your president and they will find the email. Thank you. Also, by the way, this is about full members. I had to specify.
Thank you, Joseph. I hope it's clear for everyone. Now, this is very important because we are disregarding some of the regulations that we all share as an organization because of the conditions, of course, that we are going through. So if your LBG is not signing it, I would understand that they are not agreeing with that and they might bring BEST to court. Going to a more funny side, we have some more announcements. Could you, Dina?
Good morning.
Hearing yourself twice.
Good morning. This is an announcement from the White House. This morning, during the voting for the speaker and the deputy speaker, we won many votes, many beautiful votes. But sadly, the evil Democrats from the Pacodino party, they stole the election. They colluded with Russia in order to get more votes that came after the actual voting started. And even worse, those votes were mail-in ballots done over Zoom. That sounds Chinese, evil. So actually, this morning's voting was won by me, J.R. Trump, and as my deputy speaker, I have Nancy Pelosi's panties. These two, they are here illegally. They will take our Zoom from us. Make PM great again.
Yeah, I believe I was confused. That was not Dino. Do you know what happened?
Sorry, somebody just hit me in the head. I don't know, I just woke up.
Okay. Do we have any more announcements?
Of course we do. Never enough of announcements. So one reminder for tomorrow is for me to mute my other PC. One reminder for tomorrow is that we're gonna have a funky hat day. Put your head on top of your funky hat and wear it during plenary. Another announcement that's relevant is that we're gonna have a speakers corner next week, and tomorrow is your last deadline. Tomorrow evening is your last deadline to apply for the speakers corner if you want to present. Another one is I've been asked by some people to force you to smile to the camera in order for us to get a group picture. So pretend you like this and smile.
Let's see how many people I can fit.
That's what he said.
You need to smile a bit more. Like it looks like you're tired or something. Trying to take pictures of everyone in the room, not just the first block. So then you might find yourself in social media and your parents will see, oh, they're smiling, that's cool. It seems like they are happy in this new sect. I see many people without cameras, which makes me a bit sad. So they will not be in the pictures. What can I do? Okay, pictures were taken. Dino, some more announcements?
That is all, but after the Mr. Paco here closes our session, I would like to call the IT department to the matters in the middle of the plenary, aka the breakout room.
Okay, thank you, Dino. So I believe it's time for you all to start enjoying some social activities. And plenary, it's more than over. So the hammer is still in my possession. Good luck trying to steal it. I declare the plenary closed for today. See you tomorrow at 9.